Oh my god.
I won't move from my post given to me by the Holy Spirit until the relic is in my hand. If you bring it to me, then I will resume my service at
It's so good, man. Thank you again, guys, by the way, yeah. This... Look at this guy, man! I'm in the game!
Nokan.
Bravo.
Ajmo puš, sedi u kola. Puši, reči. Nokan sam.
Wait a minute. Where is my browser? Browser? No, the browser. Well. Gdje si Dragan, što?
Nokan.
Bravo.
Ajmo puš, sedi u kola.
Bila ti je plata, samo znaš. Proverio sam preko aplikacije mobilne. Oho.
A ovaj neurotik igra PUBG, ili tako?
Pa igra sa kao skvadom igre njih 3-4, znaš.
Stariji momak ovako, vidim po glasu da je stariji.
Yes. Jeftine. Jeftine igre, ali nemam toliko rubalja, nažalost.
To je to.
Pa imaš kao taj Halloween sale. Možete kao...
Čega, za?
Kao noć veštica, ono, znaš.
Za hunt?
Ne. Za hunt ne verujem da ima.
A ima onaj skin, ono, ali... A zašto si rekao tečno?
Castlevania. To ti kao ubijaš vampire. Kao avantura.
Samo PV, jel?
Pa PV, nema PvP. O bože. Kako mi je čovjek poslao poruka.
Jebe,
Zdravo nešto ima. Nice. Otkuda ti, Nenad?
Ja sam probudio.
Ti si sad probudio. Ako mi veruješ, ja sam bio komiran od spavanja, glava me boljela. I onda sam bio popio jedan andol, jedan brufen, malo vina, vitamin C i legao bi jedno sat i po dva. Dok to sve procesiram.
Yep. I should bring this holy relic to the priest. Oh my god. Whoa! Whoa, that scared me, dude. The early days of the Louisiana accident. Louisiana accident, yes. Snake, what's up, baby? Snake, did you see the priest? I'm gonna do a post to make. I'm gonna do a post later for later. My cameo. What do you mean my cameo? Did the Hermes stick? The Hermes stick. Yes.
Hey, what's
this
up?
one here,
Just a second.
You didn't see the big part now, Snake. Oh, the priest.
Što ti ovaj gardi?
Holandezer.
Let's find the priest
Iz
again.
Holandije, jel?
Aha.
A dobro igra Hunt, a?
Nije loš.
Nije teško igrat bolje od Milana. Nemoj se ljutiš.
Indeed, you were gods.
You can say the magic word.
Nikakva plata Snake sad, jel da?
A?
With these,
Nikakva plata sad.
more of my holy potion.
Pa za tebe nikakva. Ovo je meni prosječna ista plata.
Every time
Čisto.
I venture out of this zone.
Nemoj jebem
A
šta.
mora da je bilo malo
Stop,
niže
Dumble!
nego obično.
Humble, you got pending chat from Rakma? Sorry? What's up, dude?
Ti moj Dobrik, šta je najgore od svega?
This one here, Tumble, I am in a video game, by the way, dear.
Prodajem.
I fully voiced this beauty
Doći
here.
ću prodavnicu koji
Thank
kurac.
you kindly.
Kup trane, jebo majku.
I shall provide you with some
Ma jedan
Yes,
dan
back.
i da se ne jede.
free of charge.
Ah, you're
Yes.
here.
Yes,
Don't
man.
have time for a few
Find me in
games.
the camp.
Yes, let's go.
Let me
and
see
talk
if
to your
I
relative
Kexic
safety.
wanna play.
Should we go to another channel or you want to stay here?
We can go in the camp now.
I can-
I
Give
found
you
the
some
priest.
space,
I'll be
guys.
back in the camp soon.
Good luck.
This person is busy. Look at this. I love him, dude. They did a good job. The model is amazing. Look. It's just so good, man. Tumble, how you doing, baby? What happened, dude? Is the rocket okay, man?
Yeah, well.
It was probably because he joked the ban you for a second. It has a. Oh, whoa! There's a tomahawk! Oh, yeah. Also, Tumble. I have a skin, man. Yo, a skin. Get this one here. There's something on my head, yes. I don't understand why the chat keeps going down, man. Also, Tumbles, type exclamation point ticket, dear. You can grab a chance to win one of the copy of the game, baby. Dude, the sound design, guys, it's amazing, man. Bravissimo, Tumble.
Hoćeš li da...
I have 3, so I'm gonna do three times the field. Do the black magic, the head blinks and you try to attack your things. When it attached to your belt, it seems to calm down every time you go to rest. You may use its magic, you may wake up in a different you can teleport to another known safe zone with a bed. Wow, that's fucking cool. And
Imaš ti šta da završiš?
Nije neki već, sam polako, ne može.
Jo, no sam pitan.
Možete, čekamo sam se.
Nije pod moranje. Ja.
a lot. Just saying, I'd appreciate it. Anyways, I'll see you when this waiting is done. But there we go. Finally, our 1 minute is up and we get to see this amazing animation where the meteorite destroys us. And yeah, that was a great time. I also love this ending because it is exactly what our family was expecting. They're like, I'm relieved you did nothing. Good job. And we even have a dance party because of it. Well, I mean, everybody's happy except for our nephew who says boring. Yeah, that's pretty sad. But we're back on to our next ending, and for this one, we're just gonna kiss a bunch of dudes. We go one by one, kissing every dude we see. There's no real amount that you have to get. You can just kiss as many dudes as you want. And yeah, since we've kissed so many guys, one of their girlfriends got mad at us and is slapping us so much that she eventually stops being able to slap us. I mean, I applaud the effort. This is impressive. I'm just happy we're going out living our best lives, and I guess also our best deaths. And I also do really love this ending. Our mom didn't really expect it from us. Our girlfriend is like, I'm breaking up with you, and our nephew does whatever this is with his tongue. But the cool part is the doctor tells us that he's into us, and we decide to grab some coffee together. So yeah, pleasant ending. Maybe a little bit too pleasant though. We need more bloodshed, and that's why for this ending, I'm gonna go around and kiss all the women on the map. And as soon as we kiss each one of them, a bunch of guys are gonna come around, either their boyfriends or just random guys that are gonna try to beat us up, because I mean, this is pretty messed up to be completely honest. We have almost all of them. All we have to do is get one more at the left side of the map. There's gonna be this girl, and yeah, that's gonna be all the girls. Which means now we can just have some fun by doing things like this. I love that so much. Yeah, when you get punched by multiple people at the exact same time, you get this huge burst of speed, and it's just fun to do while we're waiting. Might as well. And yeah, that's gonna be our next one done. So now once we make it to the ending, our mom is a little bit confused. Our nephew, again, into kissing. And our girlfriend has definitely a look on her face. But instead of what we thought she'd do, she decides to hug us. We're like, we knew you'd understand, you know, but she doesn't understand. And instead, she completely murders us and explodes the earth on her own, which causes us to have that face. We're not doing the best, and us to learn that this was actually another simulation within a simulation. I don't know what's going on anymore. So we get really mad and beat up the scientist. But I think our character needs to take out a bit more frustration, so much that, oh, I actually don't need to hit that kid. I need to kiss him so I can take the bat. And yeah, we're going on a murdering spree. Well, we're not actually going to murder that many people. All you have to do is murder a single person, but I really don't like that bad guy, so we took care of him. And you know what? Let's beat up this couple for trying to beat me up last time too. But yeah, other than that, we're just waiting. Which means that is 8 out of 9 endings officially done. We only have one more. But before we get to that, we get to see that our mom thinks we're garbage, our girlfriend thinks we're a psychopath, and our nephew thinks that killing is fun and wants to be a cool murderer. But our character is more worried about our girlfriend. Maybe we should try to help the nephew first. Though I guess, how are we supposed to help our nephew if we can't even help ourselves? Because now it's time for the kill everybody ending. We're gonna get the bat just like usual, beat up the poor dog, which I always feel bad about. But, I mean, at least he's going to miss what is about to happen here. I am going to take this just because might as well I want it. But after that, we are going to shoot every single person with this gun. Which, you know, isn't the greatest time in the world. But my man, I guess he has had enough. So we cannot miss a single person or creature, which is terrible. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do. We take care of that bad guy as well. Take care of all the people in the train, just one by one, they all go down. Then finally, we'll make it to the right side of the map and also destroy the rocket, because we're not even trying to leave. We just want to stay here in our own demise. And you know what? Might as well have my character just kiss the air. He's a really weird dude. Please get this guy some help. But yeah, that's our final ending and our final time, 7:15. At the very least, we are going to get what we deserve, because our mom realizes that we might be crazy. Our girlfriend calls the police, and our nephew decides that he also wants to murder a lot of people and takes out a lot of weapons. But thankfully, the police do get here and arrest both me and my nephew, which, yeah, deserved. That's also going to put us 4th place on the speedrun.com leaderboards. And yeah, subscribe if you enjoyed. Bye.
Class dismissed.
The Wolverine isn't just a badass, he's the undisputed king of sass who loves to kick some serious ass. My cringy poetry aside, I'm not joking here.
Prove it. You're a dick.
The critics have always showered praise on Hugh Jackman for portraying a tough and complex character, but the fans love him because he's an absolute savage.
How did you know there's a pool down there?
I didn't.
Don't believe me? Well then stick around because this video is going to include moments that would put even Queen Rihanna to shame. Yep, today I'm covering the Wolverine's sassiest moments in the movies.
You'll have to be patient with me.
Patience is my strongest suit.
We all love an anti-hero who's self-aware. Days of Future Past was a real train wreck for our beloved mutants, but even despite the high stakes, Logan still managed to find room for another one of his sarcastic comments. The moment comes when he needs to be transported into the past to help undo the whole Sentinel narrative, and Professor X has got some words of advice for him. He asks him to be patient with his younger self because, well, the 70s were a wild time. However, the Wolverine just casually replies, "Patience isn't my strongest suit." It's very subtle and doesn't exactly raise any eyebrows from his peers, but everyone in the audience knew exactly what must have been going on in his head, and it felt way too relatable. I mean, sure, there isn't much time for them as the Sentinels are pretty much done murdering all the other mutants, but hey, Logan's got to squeeze in some sass, so I guess it's justified.
Where do I find you?
Well, it's complicated.
What exactly are you, Professor F, Mr. Logan?
Art.
X2's a perfect follow-up to its predecessor, and it was great to see Logan being put into the spotlight more often this time. Apart from the countless battles he fought, there's one moment where he really nailed his attitude. It's when Bobby's coming out to his parents as a mutant, and the general vibe starts to grow gloomy. Of course, this is a lot for his family to take in, and they need their son to help them understand his situation. Now, a normal dude would try to sympathize for these people and offer some advice, but not Logan. When Bobby's dad asks him what he's a professor of, he savagely responds with one word: art. I mean, out of all the subjects you could have come up with, he chose art. Like, PE teacher would have been much more believable. I don't even know how to explain this joke. It's exclusive to Wolverine fans only. But more than anything else, the timing was just spot on. Gotta love a meta comedian, right?
Who's the furball?
Henry, this is Logan. He's
Wolverine. I hear you're quite an animal.
Look who's talking.
The Last Stand doesn't have a lot going for it, but Logan was definitely one of the highlights. The dude never pulled back whether he was throwing punches or sarcasm, so when he came face to face with the Beast, there was bound to be some kind of witty exchange. The Wolverine doesn't disappoint as he begins by calling Hank a furball. The distinguished scientist maintains his cool and tries to one-up his opponent by comparing him to an animal, but he clearly didn't think that one through, considering, well, he's literally called Beast, isn't he? Logan wastes no time in taking advantage and says, "Look who's talking." Oh, that one had to sting. Beneath all that muscle and hair, I'm sure Hank would have been crying a little bit over losing this battle of wits within just a matter of seconds. It just goes to show that even a genius is no match for a badass.
Don't do this!
Class dismissed.
Insulting the Beast is one thing, but casually walking around a simulated training exercise is a whole other ballgame. The new recruits at the X-Mansion are having a hard time keeping up with the drill.
Faj. Nice. Neka bajalica. Jes.
Popio prošle, jes?
Da, popio sam sve.
Vitamine C i...
Sve. Kako kažeš? Jesi plaćen, zašto pitaš?
Nisam pitao kad ideš, šta ćeš?
Idemo 6 ujutro, napravi neki sandvič.
Da ti spržim 2 jaja?
Ne, može sandvič, slobodno. Stvarno moram da sredi ovaj bug sa reloadom, ovo je strašno.
Emanuel šali lika na glavu koji će se... I u ključnim momentima.
Ne znaš kad ti je oružje puno, kad ti je prazno, znači ne mogu da verujem. Ne znam kako ti je nerviram, užasno. Ponekad je puška puna, a ponekad je prazna. To nije Kretek ubacio malfunction sistem, kao u... Tark. Jam. Weapon jam.
Ne, to nije bug, to je feature.
A da, to je feature, da. Da oružje nekad ne uradi taj kao reload ciklus.
Strong system texture, engine asset shading, tip fail to mode, engine pack. What just gonna happen?
Destination neki bug. Ili feature.
Ništa.
Deutschland, Oberland, ja. Jedva te čujem, a nisam te ni pojačavao ni smanjivao.
Jebeni disco bi goat. Kažem, idem odigam par partija ovog mala ribe, pa idem se skine kanči rigam.
A reinstalira se igru, šta?
A ne, neće mi sad tu igru.
To je kao čudno. Dobro.
Čuo mi neki engine pack, šta neki.
Što je ćemo?
Hoćeš čirkana?
Ne, fam.
A?
Kako god hoćeš, ako će da uđe.
Doći? Ajde kod je li? Doći? Ne tamo, ne u sobu.
Doći.
Dođi on.
Ne.
Ne tamo! Dođi on.
Ide u arman.
Ne tamo, dođi on. Evo ga. Ajde, čujem. Tu. Tu. Viš kako čuje kad vika?
Sedi. Sedi. Jel vas juče Milan udavio sa onom memorijom, onim glupostima? Gluposti. Pumpkin doors. Okay.
But all Logan cares about is smoking his cigar. The whole scene is basically just him making fun of the kids he's supposed to be guiding. Even when Storm saves him from an attack, he gets upset because she made him lose his final cigar.
That was my last cigar.
And that's not even the best part. Now that he has no motivation to continue with the exercise, he finishes things off himself by slicing up a giant robot's head. After showing that he can walk the talk, Logan casually walks past the head and declares,
Class dismissed.
Okay, I've got to admit that he could have handled this one much better, considering he's a mentor now, but who cares? We're just here for the entertainment.
It was a defensive exercise.
Yeah, best defense is a good offense.
Who has the answers, Wolverine? Those people? That creature in your arms?
I'll take my chances with him.
Okay, this one primarily showcased Logan's maturity, but it still counts. After chaining up Stryker and leaving him with no means of escape, the Wolverine has the chance to finally get his revenge for all those years of trauma bestowed upon him by his tormentor. However, as sweet as that might have been for him, he's also got a mutant kid in his arms, and studios weren't too keen on R-rated comic book movies just yet. So he decides to take the high ground and leaves him alone. I mean, Stryker does die eventually, but that's beside the point. The villain obviously has to mutter some crap about how someone else is going to finish what he started, but Logan seriously couldn't care less.
Whatever.
Stryker even takes it up a notch by insulting the kid he's holding. That's a serious dick move. Logan still remains calm and replies, I'll take my chances with him. This line might not be too savage, but it's pretty effective in the context of the scene, and Logan gets the final laugh anyway. That's a win in my book.
And you know the drill. 1, I have a lawyer now. 2,
3.
The bitch slap is probably one of the funniest things you could show in a movie, and while this kind of stuff is usually kept for comedy films, the one in the very adult-themed Logan is freaking hilarious. We already...
Smash pumpkins. Friends, he has a shotgun. I'm gonna hit shit. One dead. Dumb fucking idiot. Get him. Too far. Too far. The fuck. Oh no, please kill him. Please kill him. No. God. Is this a real life? Or just a fantasy? Calling the land of escape from reality. Dead. Nope. All along the watchtower, Princess kept the view, while all the women came and went, barefoot and stew, outside in the cold distance. I can't do to flank. Since it was all no luck at all. Nothing came easy to him. He knew it was time. He made up his mind. No, 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 no way. That's ahead. Oh my love. Interesting, right?
Lurking.
Oh, Helen, thank you. What the fuck? No. Sure. Interesting.
That the Wolverine is probably not even half as strong as he used to be, but that doesn't mean he's going to pull back on the attitude. After a bunch of wannabe bad guys trying to intimidate him and his buddy, he decides it's time to give the audience something to laugh about and offers them a countdown. The goons look totally confused, and it was hilarious seeing Logan casually walking up to their leader and smacking him down the moment his count hit 3. He breaks his gun for good measure and spooks the others away despite knowing very well that fighting them wouldn't have been as easy as it used to be. The scene highlights his pessimistic perspectives as he clearly doesn't care about whether he lives or not anymore. But don't let that fool you. It's still a funny scene if you understand the context.
That's right. So. Yo, what's Call of Duty, Mike? I'm here with the new horror game, Call of Duty. Whoa, already a big jump scare. Oh my goodness. How am I ever gonna record this? Log in? Call of Duty, log in? Log in? Call of Duty. There we go. Logging into Demon Lair? I knew this was a horror game. I think it's somewhere in here it says Call of Duty reserves the right to clone you from like DNA. Just gotta accept the third privacy thing now. Update requires streams. Come the fuck on. No, I don't think I will do the Vault Edition upgrade. Stupid fuck. Oh. I guess I should upgrade. He doesn't see me, even though I'm right in front of him. Welcome to the Black Ops game show. The game show where all you have to do is shoot me in the head at point blank range. Go. Oh, you almost had me. You almost had me. Let's give him one more chance. Ladies and gentlemen, round 2. Here we go. You fucking...
Yeah, that's interesting. Oh no. We're best up on the stairs. I spoke wasn't right. The one wasn't there. This is right. Which came as a surprise. Spoken to his eyes, I saw no. Okay.
Sucks. Hey, look at this. Come back. Look, it's silence. No, it's okay. It's just, no, it's silence. Look at this guy, look at it. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Boom. This guy doesn't care at all. He's too busy. Hello? Hello? I didn't shoot anybody.
Cuarto está vacío. Muévete.
Why did his mouth stop working?
Rodolfo, va hacia el próximo cuarto. Truyes el cartel.
Oh shit, cartel. Alright. They'll never get me behind this. Oh, I got a new plan this time. Yeah, now what, huh? Yeah. It didn't work like how I thought it would, but it did work. Ew, look at that. Look at that popping. This is PS5. I'm stuck. Call of Duty has cars now. What the fuck?
Step forward to me. I want to see empty hands above your head.
Okay.
What the fuck are you doing? Come to me.
Go this way?
You fucking deaf. Walk toward me and keep those hands up. I said move towards me.
Go this way?
Walk forward and keep your hands up. Do it now. Wrong way, asshole. You trying to get yourself killed?
Go over here? Go this way?
Dumb fuck. I said walk to me.
Like over here? Go over here? I'm good at Call of Duty. They will never find me in here. Oh fuck. Oh. Listen. We can come to an agreement. I will walk backwards like how you guys want me to. I'll keep walking backwards. Keep shooting at me if this is correct. Okay, I did good. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. See what happens. No, do that one more time. See what happens. Now you got me pissed off. Now do it again. Happy Halloween. Black Ops. Black Ops game. Call of Duty. I'm going in for the takedown. Whoa. I guess not. This is the final mission of the game. I have to make popcorn. Now's my chance. Yeah, die, Black Ops, die, yeah, yeah. Oh, almost had him. I almost got him. Why is there subtitles for this? Time for some Black Ops shit.
One.
Šta se radi? Alo, gdje si Ilija, šta ima?
Ma, ja sam se bio izbacio iz sobe jer ste vi, ti Boris i onaj...
Ma da, Beka i ovaj stranac i Boris su igrali.
Jeli? To je bilo zanimljivo. Mogu misliti mi je bio oduševljen Milanovi magičnih 10 metara dometa.
Pa priča Beka s njima na engleski. To je show.
Mogu misliti.
Možeš misliti Bekin engleski, a?
A znam kako priča engleski, kao španski. Su pretekli.
Pa mislio da su imali dobro meč.
Taj momak dobar igra. Gleda se.
Taj Holandjanin.
Čim mu se ukaže prilika puca. Slabo promašuje. Ne, dobro gađa, a agresivno. To ti je ono dosta dobitno.
Vidi, nemaš ti problem sa agresivom ako dobro gađeš, znaš. Jer ako
si neprecizan, brate, onda nemoj.
Pa, džabe agresiva onda.
Prodaješ ekipu bez veze. Pućeš ga jednom u tijelo, on će otići u 2 metra u cover i šta si uradio? favorisao posle. Pogodio sam ga jednom i on kao čeka ga da mu izađe drugi put. Pa niko ti neće izaći drugi put dok se ne nahiluje.
Da ti činiš, igraš nešto?
Bundeve.
A?
Neko je metno kljus, vidio.
Igraš hunt, jel?
Ma skupljam bundeve, fali mi malo da završimo ovaj challenge. Fali mi 9 pojena. To je kill put. Wow, vidi gdje je boss. Au, brate. Te su se sekire noževi disponovali kad ih pogodiš sa nožem za bacanje. To jest kad pogodiš bundevu ili ono... te stvarčice. Bukvalno se disponuje, to još nisam vidio. Prošli meč kad sam startovao, s ponovom je bio... Gdje je ono bilo? Iznad Milan Lambera. Nedaleko od onoga starta. Tamo gdje je kočio. A njih je sponova 70 metara ulevo od mene. Čim sam krenuo ulevo da ubijem pčelu koja je me ono agrovala odmah, hvala Bogu. Znači, odmah su me trojica počeo pucati. Ja, brati, skidam se, uzmem komad dinamita i ubijem se. Pa neću ni da igram. Baš u pičku mater. Poslije sam pogledao, bili su oni dovoljno daleko, mogu se ja da bežim, ali pošto sebe da ono... Znači, insta, ono, 3 čovjeka nagru. Znači, skida se. Mapa je ogromna i jebote, ne moramo svi da se sponujemo u metar. Ovdje je naočar, ne.
Ovo kad se radi ovu glavu, pa.
Ja nisam vidio nikako naočar bez moje ođe.
Što si ga stavio na te jasne?
Nisam ga ja stavio on iz sebe. Našao mi se, dobro je dok je na tajar stup. Ne diraj ga sad. Da ga ne dira, odnijeću ja kad bude ponoć. Znači.
On ima sve, ja lovu šupo neću. Ne znam da mi je tamo šupo neću. Da su bile ovdje se ih nastavio, niste samo ovdje stavljali.
Pojma, nemam gdje čovjek stavi naočar. Otkud ja to znam.
Ale, ja?
Ma popravlja je bravu neku ili šta je radio i naočar je neđe ostavio.
A dobro, desi se to svakom.
Umjesto da budem gore dalje sam. Okej, to je normalno.
Da se radi, Beka? Nije tu.
Možda mu je promenio mikrofon i tako to.
A vidim da piše da je ušao u igru, a nije tu. Izbaci ono na Steamu.
Ima mikrofon montiran.
A gdje si, Peko, šta se radi?
Discord jebe. Mislim da kad ću ja ti moramo izaći iz sobe i ući, znaš?
Mikrofon bio isključen.
Viš?
Mikrofon mu je bio isključen.
Meni mikrofon bio isključen, sad sam skontao.
A šta je Bek isključeno mozak?
Vjerojatno da. Moguće.
Deve.
A bio je da jede, znaš.
A da se ne gubi vrijeme, a?
Evo s trendovima roka. Nema nikog beka.
Nema alkoholika.
Ovdje igra ti peko.
Alkoholičara koji će
Da, pijane ljudi.
Ako kažeš, molim te, Beki, brate moj, najbolji...
Mene poenta je neće da igra s tobom. I sad ono kao provociraš.
Znači kao, Beki, brate, ti si moj najbolji drug. Rekao si, rekao si. No, polako, rekao si Peki, slušaj, rekao si već Peki, znači ostatak rečenice...
Rekao ići, viš sad je rekao ići.
Tu sam, brate, evo izlazim iz meča i nastavljam.
Pekić.
Nemoj mi sad ima, neću idem spavat.
Umoran čovjek, što ga zajebaš?
Da si konta jebote da odmah neću ti igram.
Možemo li da pričam? A, vidiš, možemo.
Nisam niđe bio, nego gledam pa malo da se više pas.
A ti si bio kad misli da on bio na robotu?
Idem šutra. Što je te djana? A sad je vrijeme da se gasi i da se spava, Ana. Ana, aj gasite vrijeme za spanje, ajde.
Hoće, a?
Ali onda Beka ti ne igraš, igram ja Makić, Kešice, keš, šta je mene? Da nam biti Bekom. Kešić igram sam, Keš, igram ja i ti, neki njih vic igre, možda.
To su 2 duosa, znači. Bolje 2 duosa nego jedan loš 30, tako.
Nego jedan loš 30, da. Keš.
Beka, ovo je isto, znaš. Ništa ja ne primećujem, znaš. Nijansu, znači to je mizerno, znači ono... Zanemario, bukvalno ne možeš ono... Neko ko prvi put sjeda ne bi provalio, ono, znači baš ništa. Ali Beka, skonta sam posle ubio su, nisi je ti namestio, stojalo je tamo na 3.7. Trebao si da podesiš na 4.0, to jest na 4.000.
Na onaj XMP profil.
Stojalo je tamo na 3.7, 3.700, moglo je da ide od 4.000. Pa da.
To neko ima šizofreno cepanje. Možda ta ploča ne može da je gura do 4.0. Znaš. Zapravo bilo nas je ja i Kesi, znaš, pre jedno 5 minuta. A onda je rock'n'rolla. On odmah ubacuje sve, raspoređuje, pravi ekipe, kroji, mora. Ja, moj, ja. Koga briga. A znači ako nije tu Makić ove sekunde, onda mora Peđa da upada. Ne, sad upada Peđa, tako, Makiću ne možeš Makić. Njega.
Što znači, oni su kopija njega, brate. Replika, isti.
si me zvao, evo te, ja ne bi uslugu ličku.
Što ti je razbio san, a? Ovi već igraju.
Šta je to graje? Može...
Kao ga... To je upravo ono što si čuo.
Aj sad, si tamo ispravio, dođi sad ovdje. Šta je bilo?
To je bilo narkomančina na gliba beogradska smrdljiva. Niste mi zanimljivi, gdje je ovo govno debelo beogradsko? Ma ne, no sad kada se ide se spava i znači ono niko ne sluša ništa, znaš kao sve ono što znaš. To može samo ali u Beogradu, ne u Lovćancu.
Imaju li kakvu beneficiju ako da ne spavnju?
Imaju, neće da bi batine.
Tako spava 6 sati, to je... Ne, ljudi, ja sam 12 godina.
Zato si tako.
Može.
Like a delfin. Kakva je to debilčina. Kome pričaš ti, druže, ti si redovno zaspan, mislim, šta je sad?
Čuli smo treba fapuješ isto.
Šta? A razlika je? Dobra, razlika je?
To što je to on. Čovjek je premoren. Hranično.
Se kako umetiš čovjek.
Ne, hranično premoren.
Evo u Brajneri bilo. Niste trebali to dići kavez taj.
Ja sam iza tebe, brate.
To je.
Prvi trag, je.
Šta ćeš?
Šta?
Meni.
Tebi.
Meni.
Sebi, meni, šta?
Otvori meni.
Bravo. Kod mene. Tu, Makić, vidiš ga?
Pogođen.
Ne. I to? Bravo, ja.
Bravo, kile.
Komara.
Moram se healam. Pazi tu kesiću jedan desno. Pogođen.
Malo jedan. To je to. Sva trojica gotovo.
Znam, brate, tu sam ja. Evo ga, gdje je taj?
Ti Makiću, beži. Idu pičku mater. Ne znam. Možda u vodu baci. Ništa.
Ništa, ajmo, brate.
Koliko ja znam, može da ubije iz metka. Koliko ja znam.
Beka, pali stream, Beka.
No?
Pali stream.
Molim.
Nije te čuku, me.
Šta si rekao?
Evo pali stream.
Uzeto bilo.
Ne, ubrzo ćete brijati okupat. Ne moram, brzo ćete obrijati. Znaš šta znači to rizbu. A zavisi i ne znaju Beograđi što to znači rizbu, zavisi. Ne zna, pa viš da nije zna, pitala te narkomančina.
Ono kad kaže... Ono kad kaže...
Gardi, ti ne
lepši
spavaš.
su se kopali.
Pa Beka kaže spava.
Kad kaže lepši su se kopali.
A, kad ovaj umre, ružniji se neće kopati. Sigurno bez. A kako će crvi da se nabucuje,
Nekromanse, nije mogu bolje da ja.
To jest imam, Beka uzmi ovo. Jedna ekipa će znači ubiti skredbik, oni su već tamo. Eno, pucaju više.
Borise. Morat ćemo da Rizbovkovček grupu da ostavi.
Ugarski, Austro-Ugari.
Da, zašto Borise? Borise. Čekaj, Borise. Da, zašto ćemo...
Hey! Clear. Oh. We got ourselves a Texas no-go right here. He doesn't want to shoot, but I don't want to shoot either. Because it's funny. Oh, I'm thinking. I'm thinking for this scenario, Semtex grenade. This one. He betrayed us. Died.
Your turn, Sergeant.
I love you, Ghost. Burn in hell. Oh, this ain't.
Now I need the last digit on row 2, column 1.
The answer is 0.
Zero.
Negative. Row 2, column 1. Check again.
I think it's 0.
Negative. Look on row 2, column 1.
0.
Negative. Check again.
Graves, it's launching!
Did you confirm the new target? It's gonna strike New Orleans.
I think it's 0.
O, ja rekao oni baci.
Ti si baci.
Milan, tako parla engleski, ja sam preoduševljen, znači. Ali preoduševljen, da. Igrali smo sa Holandezerom, znači Milan razbije engleski. Ali razbije.
Sprdaj se.
Nema, prešao igricu, kraj.
Ja mogu da uletim, ali treba mi pomoć.
Mogu ja da pojedem ovo?
Samo polako, bek.
Frlim to gore.
Jedan je napolju izgleda.
Jesi, hajmo.
Ako moram da gledam ovo će biti dobro za klipovanje.
Odu ja da duvam na paljača.
Samo napred. Napred naši. Ubili ga, ubi.
Pazi, baca bombu.
Gotov sam, ali nema veze, ubio sam dvojicu i ti trećeg. Samo me diži momentalno.
Kakav je to lag? Na konto ovi server igrate? Čekaj, pa
Ja
5
sam,
sekunde.
brate, trojka, pa onda...
Daj ovo beka, ali ubiju toga. Vidiš da me roka, brate, i...
A Bakić stoji pored tebe, čovječe, ne ja.
Ja sam gore, šta? Pazite, bure je trepovano napolju.
A jel ovo moguće da nisam dobio?
Hit marker.
Uzmite to vi s tim, ali što?
Čisto.
Pa si bure trepovano tamo.
No da. Možemo...
Da se
na
neću
njih.
upeca. Vidjeli ko neki consumable.
Consumable.
Bilo je gore.
Consumable.
Šta ćemo?
Napolje bre, nemam levering.
Pa opet si bio dvojicu bez leveringa, šta je problem? Šta će ti levering?
Da bi, Franciska, šta sam propuštio?
Ubio dvojicu. I to bez leveringa.
Makiću, bio sam danas u Delmax, brate, da kupim gume.
Jesi
8.500 po gumi sam platio.
Pa da, ima se toga keša, da.
Boga mi jaka cena.
A nećeš meni 1000 € da daš, kakav si ti cigar? Ti?
Ali Makiću, to su za sve 4 sezone kao.
Pogledaj kume
Ne
kako
može
mu
biti
je.
za sve 4 sezone, alaj.
Kume.
Jel piše keša M plus S?
Mud and Snow.
Bravo, Rizbo, bravo, Rizbo, bravo. Tako je, objasni seljacima šta znači mud and snow.
It's like hello, Ray.
Super late for you.
In about 3 hours it's gonna be midnight. It's not yet late. So it's like a cake or like cookies, something like that. Like with chocolate. And with, you know, strawberry jam or something like that in the middle. Oh yeah, there is also like a filling is with nuts. These nuts. No, really. There is like a real life nuts inside.
Klizaju onda. Znaš šta je fora? Kad kupiš... slušaj, kad kupiš novu gumu...
Stvori se u plastiku.
Da li se ona da li se smekša ili ne znam ja šta je, ne znam koji je kurac. Uglavnom, znači kad prvu zimu voziš, znači bomba, druga zima, čao, ako nisi stavio ljetne.
A to je idealno, brate, kad imaš dva steta felni, brate, i onda zimski i letnje kombinuješ, ali brate, ja nemam. Ja bi to odmah ne bi razmišljao uopšte, odmah bi to uradio.
Stani, može jedno pitanje. Čekaj, Keć, hoćeš da mi rekneš da nisi mogao za 8.000, ajde, nebitno, kad bude za 10, da uzmeš set za zimu i za ljeto po 5.000.
Pa mislim, treba mi znači...
So how are you, Ray? What's up, man? Is it still weekend for you?
No, it's Monday.
Oh, it's Monday. Let
1
me...
p.m.
1 p.m. Oh yeah, it is. I'm just trying to calculate like your time zone and mine. So it's like 1. It's like -8 to mine. Yeah, this is clear. Thank you. I just need to destroy 6 doors. There was one match that I was in today on US West or East, and I haven't seen anybody like a whole match, and suspiciously one compound had like all the doors missing. I was like, what the fuck? And the guy was probably like hitting 6 doors without this. Yeah, that's like a side story. So, do you play let me just think. Yeah, do you play event, quest line, whatever?
I finished it in 2 days.
Wow. Heavy grinder. Some of the things are pretty stupid, by the way. Well, this one is interesting. Easy peasy. By the way, this is the best trait you can buy for 4 points. Best. It gives you like enough stamina to get to next checkpoint and to next checkpoint and to next checkpoint until you get to the boss left. And until you get to the boss left, you have between 7 and 10 minutes of free stamina, and you can still go on. Oh, it's you. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Really? Done. Kill one hive. Interesting.
To, mislim, stavio sam ja i foliju i sve, znam da to izgleda kako treba, da nemam korova, ali...
Gume, jesi rekao gume da kupuješ ili Milan?
Da tu ima, trebamo više sedmica.
Ja, kotar. Pa dobro, nije problem imati pitanje roštilja, problem je da pali. Kako je zadnji put upalio?
Pa, jesam predno 2 nedelje. Ovo smo potezli duše tamo, ali nije bio roštilj, ali je potez.
Jeste zvali moga prijatelja Beka?
Paprika što pileći krilac sam bio.
A jeste Beku zvali?
Nismo.
Nisu ga zvali.
Rekao sam ti, ne kažem za Makića. Makić je okej tip, ali... Reka ima samo ove prijatelje koje on može lično da iskoristi, znaš?
Da.
Kao što sam ja.
Makić čeka po... Reka, ne interesuje me, brate, šta ćeš ti radit, čovječe, zato što ćeš zvati narkomane i ta govna debela iz Beograda da im ti spiraš drobove. Boli me kurac, druže. Boli me kurac, što ćeš radit, šta nemoj tako, nego kako, bre. Treba pobiti ta govna u Beogradu sve do jednog. Fuj jebeni. Eto, vidiš, to ti je to. Beograđani smo. Pa zato što mi tu širi narkomanije po Discordu, duže, ja to niđe gledam.
Kume. Kume. Ima dovoljno u Lovćencu.
Pa da, ali da nisu, da.
Tipa, u Lovćencu ima 2-3 hiljade ljudi koji uživaju marihuanu, a od tih 2-3 hiljade ljudi koji uzimaju marihuanu, ne možeš ti širiti zavisnost, ne možeš...
Rizbo, slušaj ti mene, Rizbo, ovi na heroin su najbolji, znaš ti to, Rizbo? Oni su najbolji, slušaj, on ti neće dati, druže, ništa. Znači, on će sve da uzme i u sebe da utrpa,
otkud ti to znaš, otkud ti to znaš?
A ove duvađije, oni vole, brate, šire dalje, da dijele, znaš, i onda navlače, druže, masu. Pogledaj ti koliko Rizbo ljudi sad se drogira.
Šta se drogira?
Realno, previše. Ali ja bi to baš lako više...
Svako ima svoje, brate, na što
vrlo
nema
polako
veze.
je oslobođen.
Ali ti ljude poređuješ po tome
Gran
da li
poruki
ovaj duva,
jašo.
ako duva, on je najgori čovjek,
kako bi kopali,
Znači, kume zajebi,
ili da kopaju tunele, evo, ozbiljno.
Dokle, dok i ne. Gdje bi ti kopao? Gdje bi ti kopao, kumus? Dok i ne, šta?
Narkomani su
Šutra.
Došli moja klinicu do kuće koji će ga za 1000 dinara crtu karati u bolju celu noć da vidi šta su narkomani.
To su narkomani.
Pitati neće, znači jedno ćete za 1000 dinara.
To su, a ja
jedno ćete, karat ćete, razvalit ćete.
To za 20 evra ubija sve živo, već.
Ti ne pitaš majku, ako ćeš mu jebat će ti sve po spisku. Reći da su narkomani.
Tako je.
Deco.
Ovo je stvarno rekao.
Deco.
To su narkomani, to su. A ne ovo što
ti ove narkomanista počera, brate, sve...
U sapu,
U sapu, da.
Ovaj, brate, je narkoman, na šta sve, brate, radi, pa ti nisi svestan. Majke mi.
U sapu ili dugmat.
Narkoman da sam,
Gumbat.
Ne bi mogao Hans ni...
Sjeka Gumba, ona iz Super Mario.
Da, uprosto to
Sad vidimo.
Sjetio sam se, Kleber je marka gume.
Kleber, a dobro, nisu loši te.
Znači sad ako kum pije...
Oni tvrde kao da je to, da oni su sad njih, rade kao za njih i da je dosta dobra marka kao, da je dosta bolja od Tigre ove naše.
Što sam siguran da oni imaju na stanju to keša da ti neće reći nemoj ova da kupuješ, ovo ti ne valja ništa. Uzmi ove.
A dobro, to je logično, da.
Pa, brate, mi je to sve prevaranti. I ljudi u prodavnicu, oni svi moraju da odu u Beograd jedno 2 mjeseca, ne keš. Oni odu u Beograd 2 mjeseca da ih nauče ovi kako trebaju da varaju, da lažu, razumiješ. Sada? I onda oni ti dovedu i plame, onda to mi lažu da varaju tako godine, razumiješ. Sada?
Postoji neka normalna osoba.
Mada realno meni su gume 16-ke, brate, moraju biti malo
Čekaj,
skuplje.
jel imam ja iđe free pass?
Free pass.
Pa free pass.
Ti si najnormalniji ovdje već.
Pa šta ja, jer ja pijem, ja se drogiram, šta? Prodajem telo.
Ne,
ženama.
meni je letnji set 18, zimski 17.
Ujebam, ti imaš baš profile jebote ogromne.
A šta voziš ti, Režbo?
Moguće, brate, su ti toliki profili guma, šta je to jebote?
Toliki, brate. Opelove felne.
Audi A7.
Univerzalne gume.
Si reka A7.
Više kazna ako idu po snegu, jeli?
Ma ne piše se neki šare samo Ma da mogu samo da ti mere milimetar, koliko je dubina šara.
Pa da, koči se, ma da. Ovo službeno. Pa da,
vidi, ako imaš još jedan set felni, onda
bolje uzmi zimski.
Rižbo, ma da Rižbo, to se vozi, a?
Ako već na njima imaš letnje, kupi zimski.
A Rižbo, što ne uzmeš 22-ke, Rižbo, bolje bi ti išli s ovih 35.000 eura. A, Rižbo?
A čekaj, imaš još jedan set felni, jeli Peđe?
Ma da imam vrate letnje samo, znaš, nego kako se zove rekao
a Kešo će to 8.000, daj Kešo, on za jednu gumu kupi taj tvoj auto, što je luč, čovječe. Pa jes. Rižbo, ovo voziš stvarno, Rižbo?
A, molim?
Ovo voziš A7, mene?
Katran.
Belge!
Pelnje.
You play a lot of different games.
Yeah, it's called Variety Stream, and maybe if I were to do this thing like streaming, like a dedicated, I would have like a bunch of time to play games like Witcher 3 or World of Warcraft. You know, the games that take like a lot of time to be good or to do anything in them. But this way I'd play like a couple of matches of Hunt maybe. I play a bit Civ, Deep Rock Galactic, Grim Dawn, like a couple of hours, you know, when I feel like it. And because of that I hate like changing every time the tag that says oh, you're now into this game, you're not into this game. I hate it. I just set it as like games and demos, and that's true. Well, that is less demos and more games, to be honest.
Pješke ću dobro.
A kak je polovne gume, nemoj to.
Znaš kako, dobro je ako nađeš dobre.
Makiću, guma nije dobra ako je stara, pa i sve i da ima dobru šaru. U tome je problem.
Znam, ali ako je stara godinu dana, šta je fali?
A dobro, to da.
Svakako je džabe, samo da je džabe. Samo da je džabe, da nije skup.
A dobro, beka neke ljude male stvari čine srećni, kao čvarci, na primjer. A neki ljudima džabe i kavijar daješ.
Neki ljudima džabe i butra.
Iš samo kum da daš kavijar, beka stava, pi.
Ti to ciljaš na Nenada koji cepa kavijar.
Jajašca od ribe, šta je ovo, šta je?
Vidiš ne kako je on bezobrazan mogu.
Cepa kavijar.
Ajmo gore.
Svako ima svoj fetiš.
Rizba, reći mi samo jednu stvar, koliko ti ljubavnicima godina?
Čija?
Moja.
27.
Tabar. Šta sede, ja se zna postoji ovaj auto, čovječa, gleda sam ga jebote, vidiš šta je ovo je.
Koji, Opel Vectra?
Oh my god.
Zna da postoji, ali kontam ja da ti ne voziš ovo Rizbe, ili?
Pa ja vozim Opel Vectru, brate, staru 15 godina.
Ba znam na Beka, ali imaš ovo možda službeno ili tako, a ovo je Beka...
Nemam službeno.
A ovo bi Beka volio, ne, ovo bi Beka volio da vozi.
Pa znaš i sam da vas da šalje ono što bi on vozio.
Kak je to kompresaš jebate? Teški kompresaš, ja nisam ni znao kak ja sam mišljima...
Kompresor mu treba ugraditi.
Pa ja, Kesić, koje je tvoja godište Opel?
2006.
A moje 2008.
A čekaj, Rizbu, i ti na to stavljaš 18-ki?
Bile su na njemu Opelove, original felne.
A ne bi to što original sad traše prednjicu jebate, čuo sam.
Ne, ovo je ekstra to.
Ne, pa nemamo mi puteve za to, Rizbu. Nema zašto održavam beka sad trećega 2 put za lučen za dođe i 300 evra će ga koštati.
Makiću, to su nisko profilne gume, jel' li?
Pa more biti, da.
Onako, jesu.
Alfa i Omega.
Najbolji auto je onaj koji se ne kvari, to ne.
Da, Alfa.
Najbolji auto je onaj za koji ne plaćaš gorivo.
Što ne može da je upali zadnjih pol godine i nije upalio, znaš.
Postoji jedna pesma.
Drvenja.
Gdje ga je vozio, bre, šta ti?
Drvenja.
Gdje će onda voziš šta, čovječe?
Juče, pa u petak sam prešao petak.
Pao je jedan od bossa. Pao je od bossa jedan.
Milane!
Je to reka,
Čuješ li me Milane?
Machu Picchu.
Znači, slušaj, odmutirao sam ga bio da čujem. Reka je juče i u petak. Znači, svaki prestupni dan ovo...
Yeah, my friends are really noisy. And yeah, a couple of them are playing Hunt and a couple of them are just like trolling. This is the best.
Pave. Beo je.
Bel.
Lep bel.
Bel
je mleko.
Ovo je retardinjo se niste otrali još.
Beka! Aj,
Ne, tu je, hoće
znam.
second
Čuješ?
Second dan.
Band. Hoće drugi band.
Hoće kont.
Čuo što je ovoga debelog retarda beogradskog, šta ti je reka?
Postoji jedna pesma.
Pa vozio je juče i u petak, znači svaki prestupni dan vozi auto. I to ga vozi do ćoška.
Zbog tebe bila sam ja, a mu ja da pamjetam. Zdravlja poznata.
Pošto prbljuju mnogo.
Gdje je treći? 2 dole, jel?
Jedan dole, dusi su bili. U stvari, jedan je pao od bossa.
Majak, igrao sam dovoljno. Sutra, ako budete tamo.
Evo ih ljudi, Makić.
Hvala. Ponuđem po čašći, znaš.
Evo ga vamo, Makić. A moramo uda.
Sad ću ja žicu ti usrediti.
Šaljem ti ga invite, samo
Aj, skoro sam završio taj event.
Ga je boss ubije, znaš.
Ja nisam, šestice mjesto
Ti ga ubije?
Nije.
Pogodio si ga, Franciska.
Kume, hoćeš sa mnom i sa vrate gardijem?
Hit one!
Malo me nije ubio, malo me jeba. Killam se.
Nemoj da mi se teleportuje tu kroz monitor da me ubije.
Pazi bomba.
Čaki. Šta bilo Čaki? Shakira.
Ubio si ga.
Shakira.
Što on kaže da si ubio pa te bombu bilo.
Pazi, taj daleko.
Tu je čovjek, brate.
Šta je ovo?
Imaš i nekrom možda.
Ja peko neki.
Imaš i nekrom, Makić.
Dižem.
Znači, užas.
Izađi.
Mama Jaga.
Baba Jaga.
Baba Jaga.
Ovo je baš daleko.
Nušljivo.
Taj jedan daleko, jer mislim da ima onaj...
Voda čeka.
Ko će koga da vodi?
Daj ovo ga ovdje.
Mislim da ima Winfield sniper. Pazi Milane, taj ti je tamo na 255 daleko.
Opte.
Ujebem.
Svaka ti čovjek beka.
Šaki.
Beketić.
Šaki, šta radiš? Šaki.
To su 2 tima, ja mislim.
Evo te sad na poslu, brate, slušam kolege, njih
Znači
troje
ubio
uzeli-
čovjeka i ne može da se sjeti gdje je ubio čovjeka koji ga ubio.
Slušam, brate,
Da.
kolege bre na poslu, njih troje je platilo karte od Aca, brate, Lukasa sad.
Uzmi konzumable majku mu je, ima li ga?
3000 dinara, brate, karta jedna. Ja slušam,
Majka.
rekao, moguće ovo, brate.
Šta bi?
Čovjek.
Posle ja, brate, narkomen, ovi idu na Aca Lukas, bre, za tri, brate, 1000 karta, brate,
Svih
da bi
strana.
slušali 2 sata, me sprda neko.
Keš je mrtav.
Ova ima eksplozivni bol, jebote.
Jacu Lukas da platiš.
Me zajebao neko.
Ljudi dolaze ekipa odavde.
To je show.
Majmun je ušao u tenak.
Sokole!
Kad izbo prosu 4
Makes no sense.
Lukas, jel?
Ćut, 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 ćut. Gle distancu s koje pucaju, viš ti ovo?
Vidim bre, vidiš da je bolest. Sve bude.
Mislim da nije ni ubio onoga lika, znaš. Onaj lik je samo pobjega desno.
Gori to je.
Tridos, da ste beka, Tridos.
Isto ga zapalio, majke. Viđi ovo.
Nije ga ni ubio, jesi vidio? Nije ga ni ubio, lik je pobjega bio.
Ubit ćete neko,
Umrijeći, gledaj.
Aj, joj, brate.
Ubi te pčele, alo, ej, okreni se, ej, leđa. Kako nema, ima pčela.
Pazi, jedan je bio daleko, pazi sam, možda ga ne vidiš.
Tvoj najveći neprijatelj. Pčela.
Se kaže kume čele ili pčele?
Kaže se...
Sure, whatever.
Nema beka bez tebe.
Ovo je bilo...
Ništica, znači oni nemaju potrebe, nemaju
Ovo je
veze.
Ovo je bilo na mišići.
Ne, beka, Boris i Kešu nemaju pojma da igraju.
Čovječe, pobjegamo onaj!
10 puta igrač od njih.
Pobjegamo onaj kume, jesi li vidio? Ne bi ni umro. Pobjegamo čovjek. Na vrhu piramide.
Ja tu viš kak je Makić igrač, ne znam gdje su drugi igrači. Beka, najjači si igrač.
A što ti prvi lutuješ, Beka?
Ničko razreznim.
Što ti prvi lutuješ, Beka? Što ne puštiš njih? A to što nema para? Više sam kasa pokupio sa lutova igrača.
150 izlutova, ja ne mogu da vjerujem, katastrofa.
Strašno. Lut. Evo gledaj, znaš koga će sad lutovati što je bacio eksplozivni kume, znaš?
Bacio?
Iron Repeater.
Iron Repeater ti je za to, jel znaš? Za to oružje. A ne treba ti. A ti ne koristiš ADS, a dobro.
On, brate, ne koristi miš, kamoli...
Znam, druže, znam.
Tiću, jesi ovoga luta, sakriven je u ćošak, brate.
Život se stara, bude ljudi, bit će i para. US of East?
Ovog Makiću nisi iskonta, jel da?
Ne.
Nakiću.
Nakić.
Zašto vi sputavate moga druga pelata? Zašto?
Ja.
Šta radimo?
Sputavate ga, brate.
Usporavate ga. On je jedan čovjek vojska.
Toliko nemate pojma da je to strašno.
Makić uzmi ovo sa rezervom.
On druže kida. On je kidalica, a on poštuje vas, naš pa ide kao si igrač s ovim pacerima, razumiješ?
To, zna ga Peković kako diše.
A jes, brate, jes. Znači, zašto ti Rizbo, brate, tražiš od njega da on igra s tobom?
Nemoguće.
Mislim, znam da neće niko da igra s tobom, Rizbom, da? I onda ti tražiš od njega, razumijem, Rizbo, da, razumijem, pravo si. A Beka je dobar čovjek, pa se on sažvali, znaš kakav je on, brate.
Duš.
On je takav,
Tamo gore, Krist.
Duš.
On je duša, Rizbo. Dušo, čovjek. Rizbov.
Šta god.
Jesi, brate, pa ja kažem, pa ja baš sad pričam to ljudima, brate, ja ne znam...
Niko ti ne veruje, da.
Što će Kešo i Boris s tobom? Pa gledam ste, pa...
Ne, gleda kum, ja ne gledam. Ja žmurim.
Ja ti gledam, da.
Kum žmuri.
Kum ti gleda, svi ti ga
Jebem ti
gledam.
mater, dosadna pčelo.
Svi ti ga gledaju.
Ne,
Mnjao,
Ideš šta
mrnjao.
lutaš koji kurac, nema šta si
Kume,
lutaš.
najveći si, Beka, najveći si. Beka, najveći si, brate, najveći si, znači, baš mi je milo. Milo mi je što
A
sam
ti to
izgubio
tako mom kumu, ali?
vrijeme. Meni tako si
Reka ti je konj.
Si meni rekao ja konju?
Reka ti je konj.
Ne na ocu ti jedan. Nemojte ga čekat to, gubite se. Da mu vi još uzimate. Još da mu uzmete loot, brate, još loot. Još će podijelit loot s vama, pa kako je ovo, ja ne mogu da vjerujem,
Duš.
Rizbo!
Molim.
Aj zafali si fino, Beki, hvala ti. Ja ne pričam sa govedom beogradskim. Pričam sa normalnim ljudima. Kešo, zafalite se Beki ti i Rizbo, molim vas.
O jebem ti materu,
More,
pičku,
brate.
da ti jebem
Ne,
mater,
druže, ja sam gleda partiju, definitivno more.
Tebi
Znači,
ispala
tako si ih
sekira
iznio,
sad.
toliko su dobar bio, brate, svaka ti čast. Jesi, brate, jesi, najbolji si bio. A to što te diga da bi ti njega iščupa, razumiješ? Zato što ti takav kontaž. Pa to. Ali prvobitno si sebe iščupa. A da sebe iščupa. Tako. Šta se čini?
Like a boss.
Crveno rašaju nas gardi. Umiru ljudi ispred.
Pa to je sjajno, a? That's absolutely marvelous.
Severina pjeva, ajde zlato moje.
Lik na mostu. Na plavom mostu. Da sipam sok, ja to me odmah. Smiri se bre.
Zaspjeva se.
Dobro, jebote debito. Za novu godinu. Uz Hunt. Tamo uz novi PC. Ne znam da li bi ja smeo sad da, brate, dođem tamo kod vas, pošto će kum da me nabaci na...
Ražanj.
Brate, vilu.
Povešćemo 3 narkomana, ajde, idemo zajedno, brate.
Šta je bilo, Beka, biš mu ti raš? Šta je bilo? Pogučiš ti to, Beka.
Pogođen, hitovan, ej.
Mori je svijet.
Ovdje mogu ljudi biti.
Mori je
Beka,
svijet.
svaka ti čast, Beka. Ne, ozbiljno, pa stvarno kidaš, brate. Evo gledaj, ti ideš prvi, oni te
Šta je bilo, Gardi?
A ne, svetski šampioni u streljarstvu, znači ništa drugo.
Vi ste me još dali nadimak.
Nije tu baš.
Ljudi dobro igraju, šta je problem?
O, ne. Beka je jedino dobro igra, brate.
Ne, kaže Boris, malo si, ta kretin dobaciš Boris, ne možeš da se ukopaš kad ništa niš.
Tako je, odluči djeća, bravo, budi vođa, Budi vođa kao što si cijel život bio.
Da, kao mali htio bude vođa.
Tako je.
Padlo je.
Viš. česti put, gledaj, kerove sjebe.
Umiraju ljudi.
Radite li vi nešto, Boris se ti Kešo, a?
Ništa.
Pa vidim.
Slabo radite.
Vidim, brat, jedan, nisu gromačuni. Ovo si glavu opikario. Ja u život tako obezglavljanje nisam vidio. U život. Vidio ga neće, valjda i on me, ode i on me glava. Gledaj, njih dvica. Pa gledaj, njih dvica ne mogu sa 2 kera se izbore, ti druže sam sa 2, lagano. Lagano. Kešu ste uspjeli te
Bori
kerove.
simulatorom.
A dobro, on se igra s njim, znaš. On se igra s njim, kakva ljubica koristi, znaš. Sad ćeš ti da vidiš. On to udara da bi neko pucao i zapalio ga, znaš, jer ovako nije fair. Tako, Frančiška.
Kako mašim, nisam ni za kurac.
Ljudi!
Da. Prilaze fortu.
Beka, riješim to, Beka.
Trebalo bi odavde.
Makiću levo od tebe.
Ima slag, pazi.
Papajan, ubio jednog beka, deti, brate. Plačetima. Diće ga, čekaj.
Polako, sad će Beka da vas iznese.
Nema veze.
Sad će Beka da riješi.
Ne znam koga dižeš.
Diće ga, ema.
Ništa od toga, to je greška velika, ubiće ga odmah.
Ne.
Diže ga dole.
Trebaš.
Gali.
Moguće da je bio brži, evo.
Odmah izleti na njega.
Ja sam se zaleteo na njega, jebem ti mamu.
Bravo, Milan.
Ja zako sa vinjakom obojicu.
Još jedan ti je gore.
Jim Beam, a?
Dobre, bravo.
Diži Gardinamo Makića, čovječ.
Samo polako.
Sva trojica mrtva.
Eto, jesi li reka Kešo da će Beka da vas iznese? Jesi li reka Kešo?
Da, može.
I sad se fino zapališ čovjeku, hvala ti brate Beka. Keši brate, pa nisi ja pričam, a izgleda da Kešo neće brate priznaj, Boris neće priznaj brate.
Da mu se prizna, a?
Brate, kažu Borise, hvala ti Beka, što hoćeš da igraš s nama?
Šta su ovi čekali da dignu ovoga, to mi nije jasno.
Viš, Beka je stio simulatorom da ih poubija. Razumiješ, Kešo?
No, to jest...
Molim. Ovo je ovaj ima terminus. A nije, ovo je ovaj Mixel.
Beka, najbolji si igrač ove igre, nema šta. Ja sam to ozda govorio. Nevjerojatno, brate, nevjerojatno što to radi.
Ne može niko da mu prismrdi.
Nevjerojatno kakve poteze ti radiš ovdje, to je čudno.
Ajmo ne.
Kako Nikolas? Idemo na Svidbol.
Nicolas Cage.
Ja veli Lambert.
Da li ja mogu ovog da navučem na bure?
A, vidi, just extract čovječ.
A time treba da ga ubiješ.
Eksplozivom.
Šta kažeš?
Ovi holci.
Nema.
Interesting.
To ti...
Pa jel mogu ja sa stikijem da ga ubijem, pa ti se računa. A?
A da, možeš.
Čak si lutak.
Bravo, ja ću ovog drugog.
Cult of Chucky.
Ja sam na 75 HP.
Čak i Lee Jones.
Što ne, stvari, njegove prodate za 3400.
Kako možda?
Znaš da kao ne nazići kao oni. Znaš što su film koristili?
Zombija! To mi je najcrnje od svega.
Aha, to ti se ne sviđa, a?
Ne. Između ostalog i vaša igra, Makiću. To je Kešo igra je katastrofa.
Pasivno.
Pasivno, previše ste ono... Previše ste nekako... bljak. Dok je beka, uhu! Razumiješ?
Šta god to značilo?
Zabotijanaš.
To znači niko nije rekao kad igraš da je neko dobar igrač, razumiješ ku?
Da, razumijem.
Da.
Je.
Jesi rekao ja Hemlock High, da? Moje bek. Moje bek. Nitke nije pošao.
Januar.
Ja da čekam na novi PC da game capture upalim.
Nisi mi jučer odgovorio šta si rešio?
Ajde vidi se ko je prvi.
Onu varijantu samo procesor ili kompletno sve?
Ko probija led.
Procesor, RAM,
Ko vuče sanke prvi. Ko je alfa.
Samo nije poslao pare. Pošalje pare malo. Riser.
Riser Kraken, dobro.
Riser Crackers.
Bell Riser ti šalje, evo, backward sad.
Ne.
Bell Riser.
Imaš ti kapu na poslu?
Rekao je bijel, ne?
Da, imam, što?
Imaš ti kapu na poslu?
Ima, možda ima jedna i ovce, nisam siguran.
Pa neno, ja sam htjela ti kažem što ne staviš ujutro.
Imam kapuljaču, ma kakim, nije to meni problem. Nije to meni problem ujutro, ne ladi se meni glavu da me boli čelo, ne. To se čuje. Onda ga izneseš napolje, svega ti. Cijela ga puštiti malo da uđe unutra, se ugrije, ali... Šta nosim? Ma neću danas ima batali. Sad ću Orman da obijam da bi obukao nešto novo svaki put, ne interesuje me.
Imaš i ove tanke košulje ispod. Znaš da imaš ovu kapu? Irđo.
Znam, stavi je to ako ćeš.
Evo ti ođe u škap, evo ti, a?
Stavi je to ako ćeš.
Pa evo ti na stolicu. Imaš do njih dijelova.
Thank you. Pošalji mi na brate Viber. Čuješ da bi ja to sačuo. To, thank you. A nema šta, znači tamo kad budem brate došao dobijaš od brate mene, to je svi dobijete rakiju i brate kafu. Znači to...
Kariju?
Za ovo slanje linkova, jo, nema tu.
Će dobiju kariju, a?
Druga ekipa prišla, beka, polako, nema izletanja.
Šta to? Njega, pa evo ga tu.
Ajde. Ajde, idi u svoju logu i spavaj. Ajde. Ajde. Idi spavaj.
Ti praviš od mog kompjutera Space Shuttle jebote. Znači ja ću moći da igram GTA 6.
Čekaj!
Pa hoću verovatno
Ovdje mi je čovjek.
Da.
Ajmo zajedno na njega.
Ja ću lano
Nije
moći
prišao, nije prišao.
GTA 6 kad bude izašao da ga igram.
Koliko ima ljudi?
Čekaj.
Brate, ima neko bounty, pogledaj, brate.
Jedan čovjek.
Ajmo svi zajedno.
Ma jok, jedan po jedan niti.
Pogodio sam ga dva.
Gori, brate, taj.
Ubio sam skutricu, kekere.
Makiću, dobro si ga spalio, uzmi mozinku.
Pa radimo ovu misiju.
Aha, aha.
Imate li svi vulture, imate?
Svakako ću mozinku uzeti, pa ću kupiti Winchester.
Kako si zatim izletio, ili jesi vidio ovo?
A to?
A to?
Evo, gaći sam moj bači.
Je bačio.
Sav skin, kome treba?
Meni.
Meni.
Čekaj, u stvari, stari, ne, kage,
Ti uppercut sa eksplozivnom municijom.
Pazi Šeki. Pazi. Šta, će nešto poništio?
Mislim da
Nema
sam
niko.
dobio throwing knife, zakla sam
Ovo nije sales kit, nego silent killer, uzmi ovo kesiću.
Sales skin. To je... Pa dobro.
Imam to, Makiću, imam to.
Dobro.
A to je isto,
A da, to je to,
Makiću.
to je to.
Jebote, hoće rabio maksimum, čuš silent killer, sam skin, brate. Jebote, ovo je show.
Milane, životinjo jedna.
Oči i memoriju imaš u istoj firmi.
Što si se sad odalje?
A ovaj proces...
There is nothing but a plank.
Meni nebitno, ja to poručim, testi na 24 pa neka, brate, dođe. Da li da platim odmah preko kartice ili ne, ili brate gotovinski.
Nebitno. I ne zaboravi ono kućište da naručiš.
Ej, kućište, bravo ono.
Limo naj, ne znam iskreno.
A ne, kako ja, sad ništa.
U stvari.
Mislim, kad bi mogao s grafičkom nekom još, pa na dva, vrate, monitora onako nešto da napravim.
Pa ima ti...
Jel ima? Grafički jedna?
Mora da ima, ova 1050.
Pa da ja.
Znaš kako će ti
Ne znam i za
za
to. Koliko?
50.000. RAM ti je 9, 15, 28, 23, 50.
Znači ja da gledam posle toga još jedan...
Pajanje.
Pa imam napajanje.
Daj mi link gdje si našao za 22 procesor lebac.
To je Milan.
PC Praktik možda.
Ne, Extended. prekopirana. Boris. Zalepi.
Jebote, gdje nam je izlaz?
Jebote, na što ličiš, sunce ti jebe. Kao ona, brate, glumica jedna, kako se zove ona? Jebe
Poznata
ova.
ona.
A ima jedna poznata, ista faca takva, bre.
Hoćemo na suprec.
Odavan ti.
Pa jel to okej, Boris, se svidio?
Ne, pogledat ću posle, samo da vidim. Ako je 22, to je ultra cena.
Dobro, nije ono polovno, bret.
Ka?
Novo, bre.
Novo, bret.
Novo, kakvi polovno?
Bre. O, bre.
Jebite se u dupe.
Novo je to.
Ma ne, zato ti kažem, to je super cena.
When I saw the house of Artemis that mounted to the...
Pa jebote, našao sam u 2x8 Renegade memoriju na 3.6 od CL15.
Kad kaže našao sam,
Ja
to
ne
zvuči
vjerujem
kod da
koliki
mu
domet ima ovo.
A ima nenormalan domet.
Nijesi reka, nabavio sam, tako da se ne računa.
Bacaš plamena, ne? Na tome?
Da.
Šta radi
Da, ne.
Snake?
Nenormalno.
Snake ga skida, bret.
A, može mi se.
Nijesi mu nabavio. Kad nabaviš, onda se javi.
Idemo u Slaughterhouse, boss je ovaj skroz gore.
Slaughterhouse.
Završimo to.
Slaughter.
Završimo to.
Završimo.
Idemo. Milane, završimo taj procesor. Milane. Ajde
Završimo
taj
to.
procesor, majke.
Završi on sve, ja samo da kupim to i da...
Milane, ajde završimo taj procesor.
Da dođe to da...
Koji? A sad me ne poznaješ? Koji?
Eto, vidiš koliko narkomanije, sad kad taj komp to sve sredimo, ja hoću da kupim još jedan, brate, monitor zbog chata, zbog YouTube-a, zbog, brate, Discorda, lakše mi je. Tako?
Da.
Pa hvala Bogu, da.
Da.
A znači ja to, brate, mogu na jednu grafičku, tako?
Pa to radim ja isto. Šta će mi dve grafičke?
Ja sam mislio trebaju dve.
Ma di.
Ja sam mislio trebaju dve.
Kaki.
Daj strago, čekaj.
A ne znam oko tih, brate.
Ček da uzem trago.
Monitora spajanja. A kaži mi, rezolucija je veća onda, namestiš na veću rezoluciju da bi mogo...
Ma to je samo extended desktop. Drugi monitor ti ne radi u 3D, nego ti radi u 2D režimu, razumiješ?
Staviš extended displays i on...
Samo ti napravi novi desktop, razumeš? I ti u primarnom desktopu pokrećeš, na primjer, nešto u regularnu rezoluciju, a drugi desktop ti je obično u 2D okruženju. Zato to nije bog zna koliko zahtevno.
Tek sad za neku misiju. Smash Tentacles. One mission, 12 komada.
Meni je jedan na 4K, jedan na 2K podešen i radi.
E sad mi ne treba ova vatra, ali ajde ostavit ću.
Evo, ketiš ga. Da uzem i ovdje trag, jebo ih trag.
A jebate.
Idemo na njih svak.
Da uzmem čaj.
Ma
Puška
To je
krenje.
ploča.
Nabavio. Znaš kako to
Koja je?
zvuči?
Koji
To svaki
chipset?
put zvuči kao da mu to daje, znaš, džabe. On nabavio, jesi mu nabavio, majke ti. Najprej nabavi mene nešto. Pa ne znam kako da mu kažem, nabavio sam mu. Našao sam mu tu cenu u toj i toj firmi. Nisi mu nabavio. Da si mu ti dao iz svog novčanika pare. Našao si mu cenu, dobro i to je to.
Koja je, brate?
BB 150. Jeli? Čekaj dok se seti.
Da, koji chipset?
Koji chipset? Ne pitamo. Pa, pitam te, brate.
Šta se desilo?
A može biti, može biti.
Čujem te, nego sam rekao samo idem da se odjavim na poslu, što sam završio pa. Rekao da ne ideš dalje. Ma ja, nek šta.
Znam samo kako se to skonta.
A vidiš da memorije do 4400, vidiš da ima širinu magistrale, vidiš da ima 12.
Jo, nemoj Makić, s njim se svađaš.
Vidiš da ima audio izlaz, ima ne znam master konektore, mislim pozlaćen.
Pitao sam ga bio.
Znači to je gaming ploča.
Aha.
Ima širinu magistralu od pola koja imaju X570.
Pošto je ploča.
Ne znam gdje je bio uopšte u pičku.
Gore na brate balvane. A, boli ti kurac.
Imam bundeve, ako negdje vidite. Gazite bundeve, 12 mi treba.
Aha, tu. Iza.
Znaš, ljudi se zavaravaju, na primjer, mislim zavaravaju.
Mhm.
Ja ću ti nebitno iz Intela, recimo chipset sad je Z690. Ja ću ti naći 3 čipa stariju generaciju 490 koja je jača od polovine čipova Z970 novi. Zato što su to ono ploče srednje.
Jel idemo na ovog drugog bossa ili šta? Onda u Slaughterhouse, jel?
Jedan ti je Leo.
Bundeve gazite. Treba mi 12 u jednoj misiji.
Idemo jedan pored drugog da smo, jao.
Ja mislim da ćeš da utrčiš.
Sad doću.
AMD je počeo da gura DDR4 memoriju na ploče prije godinu dana čip. Ja si ima, na ovu moju ploču imam do 4400 prije 6 godina kupljena ploča. Z490, pardon.
Voli pogoditi?
Pogođen.
Posle kad budeš ima vremena, ono otvori, vidi tu.
Izleteo napolje ladno ovdje. A, jebem
Ovo
ti
nije
mater.
niko dirao.
Kako sam te stoka glupava spora, jebem ti.
Nigde bundeva nema, jebote. A kad mi ne trebaju...
Što ima ploča na bilo kojem čipu više faza, to je stabilni rad procesora. Manje više ćeš li ga vrtiti. Ako hoćeš bolje, ako nećeš, dugotrajnije.
Vidim, nisam uzeo staminu.
Jebali
Baš
šotke,
šupić.
bre. Imaju šotke, bre.
Imao sam i ja, zato sam si zaletao, nego me drugi, vidio sam ovoga otrčao desne, a drugi me čekao s leve strane. Obojica napolje bili ispred vrata u pičku.
Pičke s petlarom.
Pičke, i ja sam postao pička, jebi ga, petlarim, jebi ga.
Klarka!
Petlar?
Kako li?
Spiči šut.
Bravo, bravo, bravo.
Jel Bosanac Bosanac još tu?
Ajmo u crku killet.
Otišao je u Crnu Goru.
Koji
Šta će
Bosanac?
tamo kad
Šta?
imam Bosanac?
To samo...
To
To
će
samo
tamo
grc.
Bogu.
Otišao da je se...
Si jebe za pare, a? Ti što si... Pa mora. Mora kad je pička je.
Vaka čast. Pa dobijam kako ne.
Dobija se za to, robija Milane.
Sad ti je dobro.
Milane.
Verujem.
Ka? Jel ka?
Repetirka.
Jel ka?
Uzeo si mu ti. Znači, otvorio je novčanik, Peđa, bravo. Nikad nisam povjerovao. Ne. Aj, uzmi mene. Daj mene. Hoću ja.
To treba beka da završi.
Aj, uzmi i meni nešto.
Uzmi mi Boris.
Pauk.
A uzmi mi jedno 1000 evra, je.
Niko neće kaže daj mi 100 eura, no 1000 eura odmah.
A daj, odmah te mani te falsifikate sa 2 nule, daj ovaj pravi.
Oli 10.000 ja ti dam, koje nema.
Ne, daj mi 2 od 500.
Hoćete ja da vam dam svima pare, sad ću da ih dobijem. Šalim se. Ja sam ga tek najebo, ja brate tražim od brate države pare. Ja sam tek uđio.
A jebo, te ovo me puca net svako malo nešto.
Evo Makiću gađe moje bunde. Koliko ti fali još, Boris?
9-3 bundeve mi fali.
Kome puca net? Kome puca met?
Met.
Daj beka da vidim šta zatvaramo ovam.
You didn't say a magic word.
Ma poslat ćemo to, samo što ti zatvara.
Vidi, uzmi mu koju bundevu, Milane, molim te.
Završimo to.
Završimo te 3 bundeve. Vidi što sam mu uzeo procesor, vidi.
Jeboti pas mater za baguanu, jeboti pas mater.
Udri ga Kezić.
Jebote, jurim ga ko debil.
Ubij ga Kezić, ubij ga. Ubivaj ga.
Ko je to flash bacio?
Ja sam. Imam gore consumables, pa sam bacio flash.
Treba li gdje žica, kele?
Kako bolesno magla izgleda, majku bože.
O, brate, rala, danas. Boss je od... Ostavit ćeš mi bossa na kraju da ga puknem ja zadnji metar.
Čekaj mu ja zalepim stikaru, pa ga ti posle do tu.
Evo ti ovdje pare, Kezić.
Ubio ovog zombija.
Šta?
Imaš gore ovu vrećicu.
Šta?
Pa dobro.
Ti gore je, tipa...
Da. Nemoj samo da jedeš govna.
Šta?
Šta?
Nemoj samo da jedeš govna.
Da, govna. Ej jeboj. Dobro, gdje da pogledam samo. A evo, ako zadvijem telefon se.
Gdje ste ljudi? Šta ste radili?
Bravo. Otkud ti?
Zovem ja takije da ga nešto pitam i on mi prekine vezu. Moj taki mi.
Pa to on te ne poznaje čim ti pare duguje.
Haj, vidiš ti to, brate. Moj Takimir.
Ko je Takimir?
A, Nenad Tarkov zvani Taki.
Tarkov zvani Taki.
Nenad Tarkov zvani Taki. Zato Taki.
Ovo nam je dobar boss, ogroman.
Baš. A gdje je Takimir?
Pa ne znam gdje je, brate, ali nije u sobi sa nama. Ja ga zvao i on mi je prekinuo vezu.
Ti njemu da kupiš.
A šta si pička ako kupuješ već 6 plati i prevoz, jebote, ajde. A si pička, jebote.
It's fine.
A pa još lepše, pa pošalji mu, pa šta se. A što si pička, je?
Yeah, watch this. I saw this on the Twitter.
Toss a coin to your new Witcher. A major recasting has just rocked fans of one of Netflix's biggest shows. Keep watching to find out how fans are welcoming the new Geralt with open arms, or rather, aren't. The Witcher has been a firm fan favorite since first hitting screens in December 2019. Following hot on the heels of HBO's Game of Thrones, the show has a strong cult following among fantasy drama fans.
It's great.
The premiere season was a smash hit, but The Witcher Season 2 proved gold for the streaming platform. Per Variety, it clocked up 462.5 million hours of view time.
Jesus Christ, that's a lot. I actually haven't watched the second season yet. I watched the first season, and I absolutely fucking loved it. I thought it was so good.
In one of Netflix's most viewed TV shows of all time. Things have grown from there. The Witcher Season 3 went the extra mile, managing to wrap up filming despite tough times during COVID-19. Lead actor Henry Cavill wrote on the show's official Twitter account, "What a season this has been. I just want to thank you all for your determination and dedication to a tough shoot. Hopefully you can all get some well-deserved rest." Undoubtedly, one of the show's main draws is Cavill, who provides both eye candy and action thrills in his role of Geralt of Rivia.
I think one of the main things that people like about Henry Cavill with The Witcher is the fact that the guy actually played the video games and he knows about the character. Like, that's one of the big reasons why people like him, is because it doesn't seem like this is some... Because, like, this is the thing. It's like the Halo show. It's like people say with Rings of Power. I haven't seen Rings of Power yet. It's you have, like, Game of Thrones. Like, you have the story written down. All you need to do is put it onto a movie. Make it a movie. But no. You've got to go and do your own thing. And you know what happens whenever you go and you do your own thing? Well, usually it fucking sucks. So the fact is that people like the idea of a person that respects the role, respects the original content, and wants to make a character that is, you know, transformative to an extent, but primarily true to the original character. That's why people like Henry Cavill. It's because he actually tries to play Geralt of Rivia rather than generic white hair fucking warrior man.
The actor shocked fans by announcing on Instagram that he was exiting the show and being replaced by Liam Hemsworth. The reaction was less than ecstatic. In fact, Cavill fans are hitting the eject button on The Witcher after the recast news. If anyone had any doubt about how The Witcher fans really feel about Henry Cavill as Geralt, they just need a quick glance at his Instagram feed.
Yeah,
Cavill wrote on his page, "My journey as Geralt of Rivia has been filled with both monsters and adventures, and alas, I will be laying down my medallion and my swords for Season 4. I pass the torch with reverence for the time spent embodying Geralt and enthusiasm to see Liam's take on this most fascinating and nuanced of men." Cavill finished.
I have no problem with it's like I think Liam Hemsworth. Yeah, Liam Hemsworth is gonna play Geralt of Rivia. I think it's kind of weird whenever something like that happens, especially whenever it's a. Is it? Yeah, it's Thor's brother. Exactly. Yeah.
Čekaj, gdje se vidi ovaj?
Wait, it's Chris Hemsworth?
Sad
No,
ti
I thought it was
uračunao
Liam
sigurno.
Hemsworth. That's literally what he just said.
Još jedan Mithir.
Yeah, anyway, so, yeah, Liam Hemsworth. Exactly, okay, good. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. It's in the movie. So, oh, it showed Chris. Oh, well, I mean, whatever, right? They're brothers. So, all I'm really trying to say here is that I think that it's kind of obvious that a lot of people would think it's weird to change the actor of the main character in the story. Like, yeah, I think that would, like, it's weird, it's immersion breaking, etc., right? Netflix does that, yes, but I don't think that people like it. It doesn't matter if they do that. You know, like Spartacus, yes, but the difference with Spartacus is didn't the guy die? It's not like, oh, well, he's going to do something else or it's like some kind of an issue. Yeah, the guy fucking died. And so it makes sense a lot more. And anyway, I mean, here's how I see it. Is that a lot of people, whenever Henry Cavill was originally casted for The Witcher, there were a good number of people who were really skeptical about it. They were like, I don't know if this is going to work out. I think this is kind of weird. And, you know, people are like, how can we have Superman be the Witcher? Like, what is this? And after like fucking 10 minutes into the first episode, everyone was like, at least everybody that I talked to, I was like, everybody I saw online was like, yeah, of course. I mean, how could anybody else play the Witcher? Like, this is fucking perfect. So, I mean, the same thing could happen with Liam Hemsworth, right? It could also be really, really good. So I'm not going to write this off, but it is certainly jarring to have the main actor for the show get swapped out.
By informing Hemsworth that Geralt, quote, has such a wonderful depth to him, and advised the Aussie actor to dig deep and enjoy playing the character. Cue the outrage. One fan wrote on Instagram, and just like that, the show crashes and burns. Another vowed, I loved your enthusiasm for this character and how much the series, games, and books. I am pretty sure I won't watch The Witcher without you being a part of it.
I don't know about that.
Ima se roka po cijel dan. Ti ćeš, brate, već te čuješ, već te vidim, brate, za doček ti si u Hampu.
I'm not going to write it off until I see it. I think it's silly to write it off if yes, the eyes are weird, right? I wouldn't write it off until I look at it.
Romero Hatchet, onaj skin što si dobio.
They couldn't imagine the show without Cavill. One fan went so far as to say, "This is the worst day of my life."
Treba 6 vrata da razvališ.
I mean, let's be honest. People say that about everything. Like if Taco Bell takes something else off of the menu, you know, they remove the Mexican pizza for the 3rd time this year. Somebody, it's the worst day of their life.
Deal damage to enemies.
Irritably hit in the head by a ton of bricks after reading his post. They concluded, shaking head to clear it. WTF just happened. There's no doubt that Cavill did a stellar job of bringing the lead actor of Andrei Sapkowski's beloved fantasy novel to life. His replacement may not be the Man of Steel, but Liam Hemsworth still has some impressive acting chops. Some of the Witcher fans were kind of, almost, sort of welcoming to Hemsworth. A dejected fan wrote to Cavill, I'm sure Liam will bring something to Geralt, but this role was meant for you. You brought so much for the show in general. Geralt will never be the same without you. We will miss you so much.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, again, it's because of the fact that he actually played the games and he knew about the source material and he respected it and he was very positive towards it. That's the main fucking reason. It's like how to get a fan base to like you. Be a fan of what the fan base is a fan of. Imagine that. It's so hard. Nobody can figure this out. Like all these writers, you know, this is the Hollywood challenge that apparently most of these fucking companies don't know how to do.
Okay, perhaps not really that welcoming.
Yeah. Actors refuse to be in Adam Sandler movies. Why would anybody not want to be in an Adam Sandler movie? Mr. Jeeves was so good. Remember that? The fucking like 1998, dude. That was amazing. Chris Pratt sucks in the Mario movie. Yeah, it's like we haven't even seen it. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. I really don't at all. Have you seen Nick Moyna's $2 steak video? Yeah, I mean, it just, yeah, Mr. Deeds. Yeah, it's Mr. Deeds, not Mr. Jeeves. Yeah, that's right. You're more suited for The Witcher even though you're squatty. No, I'm not a very good I'm not a very good actor. I don't really like as I said, a lot of times, like I don't know if you guys ever noticed this, but like whenever I'm ever doing IRL streams, like I have really every time people start doing like the improv with each other, I'm always like, whoa, like this is weird. Like I never know how to respond or how to react or how to like. Yeah, I'm not awkward IRL, I'm just awkward around the improv stuff. In real life, like whenever I'm just going to the store or something like that, I'm not really that awkward. I mean, sure, sometimes you have awkward moments, but not really, no. Yeah, I can't really roleplay. It's not natural to me, and it's just, it feels weird. RP weird as fuck? I don't think it's weird, it's just that it's not natural for me. And that's really what it is. It's not anything else besides that. It's just simply not natural for me on a personal level. McConnell was sad, never did GT or RP. The reason why you can though, you just do it in a more subtle way. Maybe it's just like the reason why is that whenever I'm talking with people, I'm always like triple
Jesi ti bio njega i on
evaluating what I
tebe, a?
say. Because
Ja ne
I
čujem
don't,
ništa,
like,
znaš. Ja
mentally,
džabe
I don't
sve
have
ide
a
oču, ja ne znam šta
filter
se
of like
dešava.
what is like good or bad to say to somebody. Like, I will just make a joke about something that could be like super fucking offensive or like really upset somebody, and to me it's just like haha, big funny, right? But like whenever I'm doing this to other people, I don't want to make them uncomfortable or make people hate me. So I constantly try to like hyper evaluate what I'm saying because like social interactions are not natural for me, and so I have to like be very reserved whenever I'm interacting with people socially on any level. And whenever I have to RP with somebody, well, that's like two different levels of this, right? I have to think about what this character would say, and would it be okay if I said this as this character? So, like, yeah, for me, like, social interactions are simply not normal. Yeah, do you get exhausted from talking? Not from talking on stream, no. Mild social anxiety? It's not mild social anxiety, it's just the fact that I don't want to look like an asshole. Like, I don't care about hurting somebody's feelings. I don't care, it doesn't matter. The reason why I do it is because I don't want to look like a jackass. I'm not worried about upsetting them, I'm worried about me upsetting them making me look bad.
To te oduševilo?
Da, kad je to, znaš kako je ona to ženstveno preko telefona rekla, sučim se baviš, jevo.
To je do jaja, čekajte si posokati.
Možemo, momci.
It's all about strategy, outmaneuvering the opposition, bending them to your will.
What are you doing in my office, Dex?
Nisam ga čuo, brate, si gubi.
Hey guys, this video is sponsored by Nvidia and MSI, so stick around until the end to find out how you can get your hands on the ultimate play with the MSI GF76 gaming laptop. This whole subgenre of indie first-person shooters can often seem as wide as the ocean, but then deep as a puddle, and it's kind of getting harder and harder these days to find one that truly stands out. But I think I found one that fits the bill with Deadlink, a fast-paced but precise FPS with a cyberpunk theme and roguelike elements. And while yeah, that might describe a dozen shooters that have come out in the last couple of years, there's just something about Deadlink that feels different.
Nemojte ubijem Mithed, ja ću uzeti.
It went from something that I played for 20
Berti, nemoj
minutes
Mithed da te
like I
ubiješ.
was getting the hang of, to then finally clicking and something I couldn't put down for the next 8 or so hours. There was a demo for this thing a few months back which I didn't really have a chance to check out, you know, for various reasons, but it's just come out in early access on Steam, and if shooting cybernetically augmented Yakuza in an indiscriminate future sounds like your cup of tea, well, keep watching. Now, Deadlink's gameplay loop is pretty simple to explain, right? The way it works is that you enter a combat arena, then a bunch of enemies spawn in and attack you. You kill them in whichever way you want to, then can choose from often 1 to up to 3 ways to progress forward, each offering different rewards. You can choose from XP, upgrade tokens, a shop, but more importantly, player and weapon upgrades, and each of these often comes with a new implant. A randomly generated augmentation that fits into one of the player's slots, improving an aspect of the class. It's that old classic reward system catch prevalent in so many games, and it's part of what makes Deadlink so addictive. Because while you do start off pretty weak and not all that effective, after a few arenas you really start to get a build going, and then you just become outright broken. Decimating everything you come across, assuming of course you know what you're doing. And of course assuming you get lucky, because as is the case with all of these roguelike games, RNGs is one of your biggest foes. On top of that, you've got perma upgrades that you slowly unlock along the way here, spending all of that hoarded up XP and those collected tokens, giving you that much needed incremental improvement for the next run. Kind of reminds me a lot of Gunfire Reborn in that way. A game where you start off as a cute little rodent or some other kind of creature based off Chinese mythology, but then you turn into like a murderous tsunami of broken abilities and overpowered guns. It's also kind of reminiscent of another robot-themed game
Ljudi.
called RoboQuest, where you choose from different robot suits and have to go through randomly generated combat arenas, picking specific rewards and going for a build along the way.
Per zamlevenje mesa u prevodu, gdje se
Now, a run
nalazi.
through both areas in the current build won't take you longer than 20 or so minutes, you know, assuming
To
you
si
make it that
Beka
far.
mislio,
And it's
ali
kind of
rekao
a
si
testament to
Rigtopek.
how hooked I got on this basic gameplay loop. That satisfying slow motion effect you get during the last kill in each area just really propels you onto the next room.
Pa daj jebote, kako je moguće?
I think it's like some kind of unwritten rule too for all these
Druže,
cyberpunk shooters to have a soundtrack that slaps
Opa,
hard than
ljudi,
Will Smith.
ljudi
This one
prolaze
here
sa
is no
desne
exception.
strane, negdje su vrane digli. Pazite, levo vrane.
This game has a lot of potential for being something you can just hop into for like an hour or so, see how far you can get in a couple of runs before then logging out and calling it a day.
Holandan
On the other
igrač,
hand, though,
Beka,
if you're the
kakav
type of
je?
person who wants to take the time to invest into the mechanics and unlock all of these upgrades, well, there's a fair bit of stuff to do there, so I think it can really cater to both crowds. The thing is too, you're not actually the one entering all these arenas. Technically what you're doing is piloting like a combat shell. It's like an autonomous robot, I guess, that does the dirty work for you, while you presumably sit in some kind of fancy chair, marinating in sweat, farts, and your general body odor. Right now there's currently two shells to play as, which are essentially classes. You've got the soldier and then the hunter. Now the soldier's armed with a shotgun and a rocket launcher, then has a grappling hook and a stun effect called the scramble. Scramble? Scrambler. The hunter, on the other hand, has a revolver and an energy weapon called the arc cannon, along with a teleport ability called translocating, where you swap positions with an enemy, and then he's able to drop down a holographic decoy and go invisible. So all up it's only 4 weapons and 4 abilities, which, you know, might sound simple on the surface, but the amount of customization with all these augmentations and the weapon mods just adds so much depth, and it only gets more extensive the more time you spend with it. The soldier plays the most like what most people would be familiar with when it comes to an FPS, and that archetype of a shotgun and a rocket launcher is an easy one to get the hang of. Also too, it's like every first-person shooter has to have a grappling hook these days, so there's a bit of familiarity there too. Plus, I mean, the mechanic of stunning enemies ain't that new either. The hunter, though, is a bit more of a specialist, able to dip out of combat with shit into the fan, and get a bit more breathing room to control the arena a lot better. Plus, the arc cannon is easily the most customizable weapon in the entire game. Now, by default, this thing just fires out an arc of energy, hence the name, I guess, which alone is pretty damn effective, able to pierce through multiple enemies. Then you can also add those elemental effects and turn it into what's basically a railgun.
Pa ono, Beka,
Into like the buy rifle from Unreal. Then there's basically like a
Znaš šta bi malo tebe Beka jebalo, tu treba brzo da se u inventori upada, a do tad kad upadneš u inventori zarobljen ti je karakter, razumiješ, to bi tebe malo jebavalo.
Electrical damage, for instance, is really good against robots, whereas toxic is better against armored enemies. And then of course,
ali u fazonu dok se fajtaš, dok lutaš čovjeka, tu ti je zarobljen karakter, razumiješ, ono. Znači, tipa ubio si čovjeka, krenuo si da ga lutaš, otvori se inventar, u prevodu lutaš ga, možda da te ubije drugi čovjek dok to radiš, razumiješ,
To ti
moraš
kao kad ovdje
neke
baciš
stvari
bubu, kao kad baciš bubu.
tako neka varijanta.
Ammo can be found in bulk, scattered around every arena, hidden inside these floating containers called sea-balls. Sea-balls. And it's as easy as punching one of these things to break them apart, like a futuristic pinata to get all those goodies inside. Shields, on the other hand, though, only come from killing marked enemies, and marking enemies is done by using abilities. With the soldier, it means grappling into someone or stunning with the scrambler. With the hunter, it's about tricking someone with a decoy or teleporting into them. Also, what's handy too is that grenades are going to mark enemies as well, making it easy to tag a bunch at once here while they're all standing around in a cluster like some kind of Alcoholics Anonymous.
Nemoj, Boris, ne.
Then it's just a matter of finishing that enemy off when they're marked, at which point they'll drop a whole bunch of shield pickups in a fashion that looks very similar to an FPS game that I think we've all played not too long ago. I'm not going to say it, but I think you all know the one I mean. Yeah, it starts with D and it ends in Eternal. It's actually a pretty cool system though, because it really forces you to use your abilities and not just rely on spamming your weapons over and over. I mean, yeah, you can pretty much do that if you want to, but you need seriously handicapping yourself later on. Not to mention you're missing out on that glorious ASMR that you get from that punchy sound effect of all those shield pickups. But it's also more necessary than that because health points aren't all that easy to come by. Refilling your entire shield can pretty much be done in seconds, but health really only comes from vending machines because I guess in the future you can patch up all your grievous bodily wounds at the same time as you're buying a bag of potato chips. And despite your combat shell being, you know, pretty much death on two legs, you're still a bit of a glass cannon. So keeping that shield topped up is about as important as putting your pants on. You can perma-upgrade your max health and shield eventually, but you're still like a water balloon being thrown around a room.
Šta je smeta ti kad je šaniš?
Gdje je dosta, evo, ne sprdaj se, tek smo počeli, jebo. Od 6. Pa i to je točno, ali može još pati dvije igraš šta.
Samo malo se opustiš previše pa napeto budiš.
Because your movement speed ain't all that fast. In fact, it's actually kind of surprising how slow it is, especially considering how fast your movement speed is in most shooters these days. In most other games, it kind of feels like you're playing Duke Nukem 3D after popping steroids. Off the back of that too, I can see how some people might complain about the ammo count being so low. But again, it feels like it's been done on purpose to keep you moving around the environment and going after those sea-balls. Sea-balls, man, they've got to think of a better name for that thing. I mean, look, if you had rockets, you'd never go near one of those. So it feels like a
flex, only the flex.
On the player's resources, so they have to engage with the mechanics. But what really adds the most depth here are the implants and not the one your mum gets. And it would just be impossible for me to cover these because I feel like even after playing for 8 or so hours, I was still coming across new builds and combos. Right, so the implants are those player upgrades you get after clearing a room, and every implant you come across can be equipped to a certain function or ability. You've got weapon swapping along with using either ability for each shell and then breaking sea balls. Again with the sea balls. Each implant group uses up a certain amount of battery power, so there's limits, but apart from that though, where you go is up to you. So for instance, you could put an implant on weapon swapping that makes it so the next shot you fire is going to be elemental.
Yes,
essentially meaning that every time you swap guns, you get a free lightning shot, a free fire, or a free toxic shot. There's another implant that reduces the cooldown of your abilities. So again, putting that on weapon swapping, you know, something you're going to be naturally doing to begin with, is automatically going to give you faster access to your powers without forcing you to change the way you'd be playing the game to begin with. I had another one too, where every time I swapped weapons, my gun sent out like a little homing projectile that hit nearby enemies. That's actually one of the more filthier implants too, are the implants that are tied to proc chance. Like there's one that gives you a 25% chance for a lightning bolt to hit enemies when you shoot them, you know, stuff like that. At one point I even combined this with the lightning gun upgrade for the arc cannon, and because that thing is essentially firing out constantly, well, it just ended up proccing like crazy, which felt very satisfying.
Ja. Šta je bon shard?
Bon shard je veterli sa bajonetom.
On nema poison ammo.
Kak je to, doktore?
Ne.
Nema veze.
Šta ćeš s njim tada ubiješ nekoga?
Ma da.
A šta će ti to?
Pa da uradi onaj quest. Što ti nemaš šarma? Imaš -5 na čar, da. Pička, kovna sisa.
Jeli, ako ja kupim ovo do petka, ako mi stignu ove komponente, da ja, brate, dođem za...
Pa dođi za vikend da ti to napravim.
Ili, brate, nedelju. Ako ne, doći ću
Nebitno, možeš doći.
Dođi, brate, svi smo
Nebitno, možeš doći, niko nije na kraju svijeta.
Ne, neka dođe čovjek, brate, jedan dan kad svi budemo tu zajedno i to je to, šta?
Moram i ja da dođem, moram zajedno da dođemo.
Pokupit ću, brate, njega što.
Gardi, moga si i ti doći, brate.
Tako da sam.
Probably a bad idea, you know, because splash damage is a thing. But then I can put an implant on the grapple that gives me immunity to damage for 2 seconds after using it, which basically negates the splash damage entirely. I even one upped it at one point and added another one which made it so the first rocket I fired
Kad
after
leže
using the
lova,
grapple
Peđa.
didn't use any ammo. An implant which also had the passive bonus of increasing rocket launcher damage by 30%. So I basically got a free buffed rocket off in someone's face without any of the downsides. You might have it so after using your grapple, the next shot's guaranteed to be a critical hit, which means you can grapple into someone and hit them at point blank range for a guaranteed crit.
Pokrivaj prozor.
I even had it during one run where every grapple would give me that guaranteed critical hit, plus I also had an implant where swapping weapons would give me a 15% critical damage bonus, something which I could also stack 10 times. So am I starting to paint like a bit of a picture here on just how over the top all of
Znaš
these
i ti
upgrades
Ilija
can
ko je
be?
Pokimica?
Ne znam, zvuči kao Pokemon.
Šta kažeš?
Zvuči kao Pokemon.
Even the simple things like making you invisible after breaking enough sea balls can be a massive help during a run and, you know, get you out of some tight spots. But now hold on to your ball sacks and consider too that every single implant has a passive bonus
To
as
što on
well.
kaže ne
From
sluša.
things like faster
Jede
movement
govno.
speed, more shield
Establish
capacity, and more
governors
ammo count.
with
So while the implant itself might not even be all that useful or apply to your current build, you can still at least take the benefit of the passive.
Kasu si
It's just a
potega, nisi
staggering
rekao.
amount of possibilities, and this is at the point where there's only still 2 playable classes. It's kind of
Vidbe
crazy to
labeka.
think about the amount of options that the full
Koji
game's
dom?
gonna have. Is it broken? Absolutely. But you know what? Who cares? It's a PvE game. The best part of playing these kind of games, you know, similar games like Risk of Rain, is
Pa
getting
radi
these
dobro.
absolutely ridiculous
Tam to nema
challenges
kockica.
and breaking everything. And it's not exploiting the game, you're just making full use of all the tools that the game
Whatever.
is giving you. I just kind of see it as a byproduct of understanding and grasping what the game is throwing at you. And if they didn't want me to shred through entire groups of enemies with a lightning gun that sends out these homing projectiles constantly, well then they wouldn't have put it in the game to begin with. The best part of it too, though, is that none of this makes you immune to damage. I mean, you can still get curb stomped if you don't know what you're doing, and none of this compensates for a lack of skill. But
Ti
people
baš
who
voliš
can
da čuješ
understand the
sebe
game
kako
and take
pričaš,
advantage of
a?
all these implants and mechanics, not to mention who are going to be good at the basics of the game, are going to find this thing really damn fucking fun to play through. And I know I did. The biggest issue that
Tačno
Deadly
si mi
has
kocku
though is the
skinuo.
content or, you know, the lack thereof. But
Kećio
that
sam
is
te
the
dok
expected
koju.
outcome when you're playing something in early
Prošli put
access
si mi
and
kocku
apparently a
skinuo,
year
sad
off hitting that 1.0 version. Plenty of devs have
sad
proven time
kocku
and
i
time
pol.
again that
Da
the
sam te
early
s onim
access
ubio,
model does
s onim
work, but it is
interskom
definitely a
talom.
case-by-case basis. And look,
Pa
I can
sad,
understand
Ne
why
da
people
mera
don't want to drop
talom.
money on
2
something that
sekunde
is
prije
potentially
ovoga
never
što
gonna
si
get
me
finished.
zakačio, si me
In the current build for
zakačio.
Deadlink, there's 2 areas to get through.
Evo ima
First
heal
one's
vama,
set in
ako
a very
traji vama.
Neo-Tokyo-looking city, complete with neon signs and Akira-style motorbikes parked in alleyways. You're fighting the
to mi
Yakuza,
radi.
Walker robots, and like futuristic-looking sumos and ninjas, along with taking down a corporate executive hiding inside a giant mech suit, the kind of mech suit that'll make Major Kusanagi just grin with envy. This is like the atypical cyberpunk backdrop and almost mandatory for this
Jej
kind of
bleši.
game, and it really does look awesome
Niko
with
metko
creative
palio
lighting
nije.
effects and
Ništa, moj dobri mak.
And of course in the future there's a sex club on every corner.
Jebote, imam čist na ovaj njih kill i ja
And those short moments of respite you get in between each arena allow you to appreciate just how effortlessly good these environments look. And again, just how good the Unreal Engine can look when it's put into the hands of people who know what the fuck they're doing. Thankfully too, it seems to be a really well optimized game, at least from my end, and it's kind of like all these indie devs have made a deal with the devil to get their titles running so well.
Dole 345,
Then the secondary is like a
330,
bunch of
tačno pravo
factories and
tamo.
laboratories. You've gone from breathing in polluted air to breathing in the processed air inside all of these generic-looking facilities. The enemies are now comprised of guys wearing much more expensive-looking combat suits.
Otrovan.
They seem more well-trained and deadly, and are clearly on the payroll of some super powerful conglomerate paid to protect that company's interests. Topped off by a boss fight against a 9-foot-tall guy holding a large riot shield. It's all definitely in contrast to the whole blue and yellow
iza
colour
leđa
in the
kip.
first area, which is kind of handy in differentiating both these areas. Overall, I think both of
Da,
these
da.
areas
Yes.
look good, and yeah, they're fun to play
Yes.
through. And the different choices you can make at the end of each arena is really the major driving factor here for that
Iza
replayability.
leđa
Still,
ljudi.
though, you are going to start to get a sense of deja vu very quickly. I definitely do have a couple of other issues too. Like there's these annoying teleporting ninja enemies in the first area that just kind of seem broken, not really telegraphing their appearance at all. Plus there's a few iffy moments with the hit detection, and enemies who kind of treat you like you're a magnet and have this innate ability to
Više rizično ovo što radi.
The second boss fight I also kind of still struggle with at times, mostly because this guy's spawning in ads almost the entire time. And I know they're probably more there to help you keep your shield topped up, but they're just kind of distracting considering how small this arena is. This format was okay with the first boss, I think, because at least that time you've got more room to run around and can engage with these essentially fodder enemies only when you really need to. For the second fight though, you almost have to clean house here or else they're just going to get in your way. And it just becomes kind of distracting considering the boss has some really damaging moves that make you really want to concentrate on what he's doing. After getting the hang of beating both of these areas, which only took me a few runs, you're really just running the same content over and over to try to max out all the player upgrades and the shell's abilities. It's a pretty fast process, and even from a failed run, you can still get a fair few points to put into things to make it feel like you haven't wasted your time. But I think that's the ultimate question here, is just how long are you going to want to do this before it all starts to feel too repetitive. For me, I think I hit that mark around the 8 or so hour point, where it really just started to feel like I was going through the motions to get that next new upgrade. I think once I'd really grasped the hang of the combat, the game started to become pretty easy, and I was pretty much just stomping my way through everything. A grayed out menu during the shell selection kind of suggests they're going to be adding more difficulty modes in the future, and to be honest, that's probably for the best, because it definitely becomes easier here sooner rather than later. That's not to say the game being too easy is a bad thing. If anything, it shows you've entered that elusive fun zone, and you're clearly picking up what the game's putting down. But the more dedicated players are really going to appreciate having more crushing difficulty selections. Still though, I've got a lot of high hopes for this thing, and even though it's really just like a more advanced vertical slice of what's to come, this is just an incredibly awesome experience. So in terms of shooters that let you violently murder and destroy things in a rainy, neon-soaked future, I've got to say, man, this is definitely up there with the best of them. Right, so thanks for sticking around, and now let me tell you about the MSI GF76 laptop, built for the ultimate play. Now there's a bunch of these you can choose from, but recently MSI sent me one with an NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3050 and 2nd gen RT cores. So I threw a few games at this thing to see how they ran, and I gotta say I was actually quite surprised with the results. With games like Spider-Man Remastered, Ghostwire Tokyo, and God of War all running completely maxed out, not to mention they had RTX on as well. The benefit of that NVIDIA card also means you can utilize DLSS for even better frame rates and a much higher fidelity. You've got a 7...
Nisam stigao brzo da doletim.
Aha, bon, šardi ovaj pištolj.
So I saw some spooky movies this Halloween or somewhere close to it when this video is published. Let's talk about some spooky movies. One film I saw was Barbarian. The general consensus around this film is that you'll either absolutely love it or absolutely hate it. So with me obviously only existing to be contrarian and not having any real opinions, I'm somewhere in the middle. Honestly though, this movie had some strong elements and some weak elements. I absolutely love the concept for this film and I respect it quite a lot, but in execution, not all of it worked. It's very difficult to talk about this movie without spoiling it, so here's the spoiler warning. If you want to skip the spoilers, just skip to the next chapter in the YouTube video, and I'll talk about the other movie. So essentially, this movie is broken into 3 very distinct acts. Act 1 feels like a straightforward, cliched modern horror film. Act 2 flips the film on its head and gives a subversive comedy. And Act 3 returns to horror, but it's kind of a different style. There's a creature element that wasn't exactly expressed in the first act of the film. They retain a sprinkle of the comedy bits from Act 2, and there is a mild action element to it as well. I absolutely love and respect what this film set out to do, but the only really strong act in this film was the second. And that makes sense as the director, Zach Kreger, seems to have more of a comedy background than horror. Zach is one of the members of the comedy group known as the Whitest Kids You Know, and they've made some very hilarious and
da
sketch
dođe
comedy
do
over the
tu.
years. When this movie is funny,
Ne
it is
znam šta
very
šta
funny,
ona
and I
ima,
wish I
brate,
felt
da
that
bi 200
strongly
eura
over the horror
koštalo.
scenes. The first act of this film is way too pedestrian and familiar, and the music in
Ajde,
Act 1 was
ajde,
way
miš,
too
miši, ajde,
insistent.
ali
It was
ta
doing a lot of the heavy lifting with the tone, and it was a bit overbearing. I liked some aspects about the look of this film, and it was not poorly shot by any means, but I found it a bit difficult to truly experience the intended emotions for this portion of the film. The entire first act does feel like it is building to something else, so if the horror elements in Act 3 were stronger, then perhaps it would be more forgivable, but it still wasn't scary. The creature design choices were something that might have worked better if they just showed less of it, because seeing the full face just really wasn't scary or convincing. The execution of the creature felt like something that should have been in Tim and Eric's bedtime stories, except despite the second act of this film, it doesn't feel as though we're supposed to treat it as a joke in the third act. Sure, there are comedic elements in the third act, but the music is insisting a very serious tone. The impression I get from the film is that we're still supposed to fear for the characters' lives. There are jump scares where the implication seems to be that we're supposed to be frightened. If it was not trying to be scary in the third act, then it did not communicate that very well. And if it was trying to be scary, then it was not very effective at all. Regardless of whether or not I was actually scared by it, these sections felt way too cliched and by the books. If I'm not going to be scared by it, then it should at least be fun, but it was way too familiar for me to feel any real excitement. It was sketch comedy level in its execution without the entertainment value of it being a real sketch comedy, which is why I love the second act of this film so much, is because it does function as a comedy. It is clearly where the film's strengths are, and the way it's executed is fantastic. Justin Long was absolutely hilarious. I should point out that he was in another horror comedy called Drag Me to Hell, directed by Sam Raimi, but in Drag Me to Hell, both the comedy and horror elements were incredibly strong. Please check that one out, it's awesome. Overall, Barbarian is a film that I really respect for what it tried to do. I love the concept, but I really wish its first and third act were more polished in execution. A good amount of this film was fun and enjoyable, and even the weak sections weren't absolutely atrocious. I would recommend this movie, and it was worth watching overall. So check this one out if you want, and I'm giving this one a 5 out of 10. Another film I watched was the new Hellraiser, and to prepare for it, I rewatched the original. I had already seen the original Hellraiser, written and directed by Clive Barker, when I was 15 or something, and it did not really leave a huge impression on me at all. I was kind of bored and confused, and I didn't wind up remembering all that much about it, so rewatching it was like a fresh new experience for me. Now that I've experienced the film again, I can confidently say that I'm still not really that into it, but there are a few elements to this film that surprisingly hold up. There is a lot of gore in this film, and the makeup is really well done. There's some really cool-looking prosthetics. The makeup is something that they clearly put a lot of effort into, and it really paid off. I also like that the movie gets into the creepy shit right away and doesn't waste any time. This film also feels very unique. The sequence of events is absolutely bizarre, and its pacing and structure are so weird. The Cenobites don't even show up until close to the end of the film, and I understand they're not supposed to because they weren't originally conceived as these villain characters, and some might not even call them villains at all. They just follow the rules of the box thing. It's kind of confusing, but they're not really villains, and maybe a Hellraiser nerd can explain it a bit better in the comments section. Anyway, this movie has a lot of unique and interesting choices, especially in the way that it's structured. A lot of it feels very much like a kink movie. It's very strange. It is definitely enjoyable and worth watching, despite much of it being cheesy and ridiculous. The whole last 10 minutes of the movie was pretty bad. It felt really thrown together. But yeah, check it out if you want. It's bizarre. 5 out of 10, I guess. The new Hellraiser is directed by David Bruckner, and it features the same writers that worked with him on 2020's The Night House. I would consider myself to be a fan of David Bruckner, and although I haven't absolutely loved everything he's ever made, I've always connected with it. Everything he makes is something that I always respect. There's always intelligent and creative choices that I appreciate, and this film is no exception. I don't think I've been this into a horror movie in quite a long time. This was a very refreshing experience for me, and I found myself getting what I've wanted out of horror movies for so long. I absolutely love the way that characters were treated in this film. They were supposed
surprisingly humanized and realistic. It has been so long since I've actually cared about characters in a horror movie. So many horror movies are afraid to create genuine, empathetic characters. There's this idea that the character should be as unlikable as possible so that when they die, you're like, hell yeah, kill this bitch. But this movie instead has you empathizing with its characters, and I love that they did that. When the characters are in danger, I'm having a real emotional reaction to the scene. I'm thinking, no, shit, I'm actually worried. I don't want these bad things to happen to them. That is a true horror experience. And in so many of these other films where they continue to have nothing but unlikable characters, they waste time going through the motions of pretending to develop them anyway. So oftentimes my experience watching those films is, oh my god, get on with it, just kill them already. So many horror films are boring and frustrating because of this. So many horror films don't care about its characters because a large amount of audiences don't want to feel bad when someone dies. A lot of horror fans don't really want to experience real emotion. There's a large amount of audiences that want nothing more than blood and gore and jump scares. And we can see this reflected in box office numbers. And if that's what you like, that's okay. You are not a worse human being because you have different preferences. But personally, so many films just feel cowardly because they're too afraid to show you real emotions. There are characters in this film that barely even spoke, and when they died a horrific death, I felt bad. That's great. This film is both cruel and empathetic, and I love it for that. The film's handling of topics like drug abuse felt very mature and genuine. It handled it so much better than so many other films that have tried to do the same. Most of the performances in this film were great. The main actor did a really great job, and she felt like an actual person rather than a character in a horror movie. Her brother, who is an actor from 13 Reasons Why, not so great. His presence on screen didn't feel all that convincing, and he felt very much like an actor. His character is in a gay relationship in this film, and although I appreciate that that was there, it felt very artificial. There's something about it that just felt like this weird stereotypical version of a gay couple that only exists in movies. And I can speak confidently about this because I personally know every gay. You're watching right now. Seriously though, it felt kinda off and kinda fake and pretty underdeveloped. Their relationship did have a purpose in the story, and it really paid off as the film went along. Honestly, the majority of my criticisms with this film are all probably within the first half hour. The opening scene was probably the weakest point in the film, and although there were some nice looking shots, the music was really overbearing. Even past the opening scene, the film's score feels like weirdly intense modern trailer music. I'm really glad it toned itself down by the end of the film, but yeah, that first third of the movie, the music was a little much. I forgot to mention the music was really fantastic in the original Hellraiser. It was really well composed and performed, and I loved it. It was also really funny because I immediately recognized it from some classic internet videos back in the day. Someone known as Gazora made some really funny mashup videos of Star Trek The Next Generation. They got removed from YouTube back in the day, but somebody re-uploaded them, so please check out this playlist because they are very funny. Anyway, back to Hellraiser 2022. Something that I really loved about this film is that it cared whether or not things were justified. There are events and character actions that on a reductive surface level could be found in any other horror movie, but unlike so many other horror movies, these events and character actions are actually justified. Rather than having a cheap plot convenience take place just to get us from point A to point B, it comes up with good excuses for these things to take place. It feels so refreshing to watch these things happen and be like, yeah, that is actually what would happen in that scenario. I can see why that happened. It doesn't feel completely out of nowhere. It doesn't feel cynically thrown into the film with no respect for its audience. Now, this film is definitely not a remake of the original. It is a reimagination of the franchise, so you shouldn't expect this film to be consistent with the others. The Cenobites in this film have a bit more agency and intent than the other films, if I understand correctly, so they do wind up being more villain-type characters than they were in the first films. I've only seen the original and not its sequels, so if someone wants to explain in the comments, please be my guest. Either way, they have a lot more presence in this film than they did the original. They definitely change who these characters are and how they're used to different degrees, but it doesn't feel inappropriate because this movie is not working with the same timeline as the original films. This film is intent on being its own thing, and the choices that they made for this film do feel justified. For the story that they're telling, it really works. So while I understand that some diehard fans of the original feel betrayed by this, it doesn't really feel like any kind of an issue to me. The Cenobites in this film were actually scary to me, and I didn't really feel that way. Still, it is clear that this film is made with love for the originals, even if it decided to reimagine some aspects for the story it wanted to tell. With what it did wind up showing, feeling I actually wanted a lot more out of it by the time the film was over. And this isn't really a complaint against the film. I just found it so interesting, and this film made me really curious about the lore. I wanted to know what happens if they do this, or what if they chose that option. I'm glad it didn't show everything because I really enjoy thinking about it and discussing it with people. Who knows, maybe I'll watch some of the old sequels. The fact that this movie got me interested in doing that as a possibility is more than the first one did. There were sequences in this film that were just so incredibly creative and effective. I guess I'll go into spoiler talk now because I want to talk about them. Spoilers now. When the roommate character is injured in the back of the vehicle as they're driving, I fucking love how this was presented. The fantasy horror elements are so well communicated by showing this through her perspective. So many other horror films would just have her simply disappear or wake up in this other environment and they'd be like, where'd you go? But the fact that we're able to see her slowly leave into another realm from her perspective is just so existentially terrifying. It is like a nightmare watching this happen, and I love that they showed it. The effect looks so great, and it is conceptually terrifying. On top of that, when they start torturing her and we get that interior throat shot, that was awesome. I love the extra detail of the sound design in this sequence, how her scream gets muffled as the camera perspective is inside her. There are some really cool and creative choices in this film. I was still able to appreciate the visceral torture and gore while simultaneously caring about the character and feeling bad for her. You don't have to choose one or the other, you can do both. I also absolutely loved the ending of this film. It is not entirely happy and consequence-free, it is not entirely bleak and depressing, it is somewhere in between, and I love that it's morally nuanced. It is a true horror that she's going to feel guilt and regret over the rest of her life for this decision she's made, even though by all accounts she probably made the right one. The fact that they don't reveal what would have happened if she chose otherwise is such an intelligent choice. She might have survived, but it's going to eat at her the rest of her life, and that is a great choice for the film. I love that this film cares about emotions and it cares about consequences for the characters. It doesn't just fart things out, it actually cares. So yeah, obviously I love this movie. It has a bit of a rough start compared to the rest of it, but this was a genuinely refreshing horror experience for me. I was disappointed, to say the least, when I found out after watching the film that not a huge amount of people are connecting with it in the same way that I do. Meanwhile, Smile is doing terrifically. Apparently what I want out of horror films is not exactly the same as what a lot of other people want. So it is kind of depressing because I want films like this to be successful. I want more horror films that care about its characters, please. Anyway, please check this one out on Hulu and help reward films like this for existing. I did a full live reaction to it on the YMS Watch-Alongs channel that you can check out right now if you want. You can experience the film with me and see which parts I loved and which parts I didn't in real time. Anyway, please check it out. I really loved this movie, and I'm giving this one an 8 out of 10. Thank you.
Jogo, I thought that you guys were like trolling. There's literally an article headline that says Resident Evil producers says Village was balanced based on feedback that Resident Evil 7 was too scary. Like, really though?
I legit believe it. I mean, based on what I've seen from this game, I believe it.
Says Village was balanced based on feedback that Resident Evil 7 was too scary. Like, really though?
I legit believe it. I mean, based on what I've seen from this game, I believe it. What do you think?
Okay, this is from videogameschronicle.com.
To ti je prava stvar, Centennial sa otrom.
Hello, just a quick intro before the video starts.
I'm using a controller as to not
Opa,
goof my wrist.
ovo i mene Makić zaboljelo. Tako i mene okrojio ovaj, znaš.
Many of speedrunning's milestones tend to be entirely arbitrary, like the world's first 85-minute run, the world's first 85-minute run but with no glitches, or the world's first 85-minute run with no bonfires, weapons, upgrades, levels, playing as a female character with a ponytail. B. There's nothing wrong with celebrating such achievements. Still, realistically, most of these accomplishments are best said sooner rather than later. However, in September 2022, a historic Dark Souls all bosses run was completed. A run that reached a milestone which can never be broken. The last time an hour barrier fell in Dark Souls was over 9 years ago. In fact, it was so long ago that we do not even have the run or runner who accomplished the feat or record. Prepare to Die was in its infancy, not just as a speedrun, when the world record got pushed under 2 hours for the first time. Yet, something long inconceivable and much later highly anticipated finally happened. The traditionally most prestigious all bosses speedrun category was beaten in under 1 hour for the first time. To celebrate this significant occasion, I will go over which new major strategies allowed the time to be pushed by over 3 minutes in the past year, and how an unlikely candidate would become the player most determined to do it. Ladies and gents, this is Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition All Bosses in under 60 minutes. The last time you could have seen the All Bosses speedrun on my channel was a world record of 1 hour, 3 minutes and 35 seconds from all the way back in October 2020. It was the culmination of a long effort to reach my own arbitrary achievement and finish a run in under 1 hour and 4 minutes. The strategies utilized in the run were what you may come to expect from a Prepare to Die Edition speedrun. An early visit to the Undead Merchant in the Undead Burg, then a notoriously annoying box skip to reach the lower part of Undead Burg as fast as possible, and free Sorcerer Griggs for his spells and items. Then, the Gold Pine Resin was picked up, Drake's Sword was obtained after Taurus Demon, and I also attempted to acquire the Black Knight Greatsword from the Parish Tower Black Knight. In 3 out of the 4 attempts, that wouldn't happen, and I would reset, but such was the fastest route at the time. To make the sword's moveset much better, I used the bread and butter move swap glitch. Skipping through Anor Londo directly to the giant blacksmith was possible by utilizing the full control spell from Griggs. I used quantity storage to purchase all the upgrade materials needed for my sword before fighting Ornstein and Smo. I was also looking to obtain the Red Tearstone ring, but instead of physically running to the garden, I used a glitch called Equip Slot Manipulation to effectively transform an item from the Painted World into the ring. Another skip using the full control in combination with air rolls this time was performed to enter the Duke's archives, which were locked behind the golden fog wall at the time. In the DLC, I had to complete an entire side quest within Ulasil Township to pursue Goff to shoot down Calamite so I could fight him regularly. In the post-DLC late game parts, I transitioned my build into sorceries, exploiting the immense power of Darkbeat, and cleaned up whatever bosses were left. Finally, I parried Gwyn before showering him with my dark arts, and lit the last bonfire. With nearly 4,500 attempts at my side, that was finally it. But while the world record wouldn't be lowered for another year, it didn't mean the speedrun wouldn't see any development. The most groundbreaking strategy implemented during the next year was Golfless Calamite. It is a method of killing Calamite while he's airborne without needing to talk to Golf beforehand. While the fight is slower, it skips having to run around the entire Ulasil Township, allowing for a new skill to be used, which I'll get to in a moment. At the time, I made a video dedicated to Golfless, in which I briefly mentioned that a melee variant of the strategy was figured out, because the Dragon's Tail's hitbox extends further down than it seems. Back then, no one could estimate how much time a new route utilizing this strategy could save exactly. Regal was the first player to be curious enough to find out, when he slayed the record in 1 hour, 3 minutes and 2 seconds in November 2021.
What's the world record?
That's what the world record is.
But this would only mark the beginning. Over the next month, he progressively kept improving his best all the way down to a time of 1 hour, 1 minute and 17 seconds. What was interesting about Regal's runs was that he chose to use the Dragon Tooth as the primary weapon instead of the Black Knight Greatsword. It meant he did not have to rely on a random weapon drop from the Black Knight, since the Dragon Tooth is picked up from a chest and not under. Not needing magic to kill Calamite Golfless allowed Regal to perform the massive Township skip. This skip utilizes a technique called delayed air rolls, in which the player first jump attacks the edge of the elevator shortcut leading to Manus, which puts them in a specific animation. At the end of this animation, it is possible to start chaining air rolls and avoid fall damage, as long as the player has the correct equip load. More important than how this works precisely is that the entirety of Ulasil Township is skipped, including the Darkbeat pickup location. This meant the run's post-DLC part needed to be done with a melee weapon rather than sorceries. As such, abandoning all sorceries became an attractive option, which is what Regal did. He thus didn't have to perform the annoying box skip at the start of the run, since freeing Griggs was no longer necessary, but also had to incorporate workaround strategies for where fall control or other spells had previously been used. Fortunately, the game saw enough developments to put these changes within the realms of possibility, such as this fantastic Moonlight Butterfly kill using the pipe moosel. Because the Dragon Tooth route and a newly revamped Black Knight Greatsword route had a similar structure, while maintaining plenty of minor differences, it was difficult to tell which one would be faster. To figure this out, I swallowed the hard pill of having to farm a random weapon job, believing the BKGS was the quicker option. After returning from my excursion to, nowhere, I got into grinding attempts at the beginning of 2022. With 700 attempts, it became clear that the route variant I was running could not stack up to the Dragon Tooth version, albeit only by a small margin. Even so, I managed to take back the record by an improvement of 15 seconds. The sum of all my best individual segments was down to 59 minutes flat, meaning a run close to perfect could theoretically achieve sub 1 hour. Still, such a performance would require many more attempts. With Elden Ring having just released, I decided it was time to move on for a bit and leave all bosses in the hands of others. Around the time when Regal and I were trading world records, another runner gradually improved his all bosses personal best and slowly rose up through the leaderboards. This young and soon-to-be professional physicist from Brazil went by the name Marionette, or Mario for short. Dark Souls was not Mario's first endeavor in speedrunning FromSoft games. He started with Bloodborne in 2016, climbing to 15th place in all bosses and 6th place in current patch any percent. He quickly became known as a Toho enjoyer, with Momiji often being seen somewhere on his screen. The limited options for practice on a console meant he wasn't taking himself too seriously, and simply enjoyed the step-by-step improvements. He started dabbling with Dark Souls later in 2017, even before I did, but brought a much more competitive mindset only around 3 years later. In 2020, he managed to sneak his way to the top 4 of the All Bosses leaderboards, but would quickly be pushed out by Regal and Dunflesh. In 2022, just like myself, Mario falsely believed in the BKGS supremacy and dedicated many attempts to run with the weapon. While he wasn't quite eyeing the record just yet, his efforts were rewarded with a 3rd place trophy.
Oh boy. Yeah. Nik, šta igraš ti?
Civilizacija.
That was trash.
Then, only about 4 months removed from my low 101, the routes would see another overhaul thanks to a small strategic change. This time, it became clear that the Dragon Tooth was the faster option. Glitch Hunter Androv T figured out ways to kill Taurus and cut Hellkite's tail without the gold pine resin, allowing for a quicker early pathing. It introduced more luck to these tasks, but since it is so early into the run, it became worth going for. And with the resin skipped, killing the Black Knight became considerably slower, meaning the BKGS route was now out of question. Mario did not hesitate and switched to the faster Dragon Tooth as soon as possible. However, the one to take the record away from me would be Regal. After all, he had more practice having run Dragon Tooth all this time, and already having world record experience from several categories. He first brought the record down to 1 hour and 45 seconds, but amidst happiness quickly acknowledged that there was more time to be saved.
This run still isn't even that good, so don't go too crazy.
And he was right, as proven by further improvement of the record down to 1 hour and just 8 seconds.
Nice, dude.
He was so close. Mere 9 extra seconds separated Regal from making history. But perhaps due to a fear of success, perhaps due to bad luck, hundreds of attempts passed by and sub 1 hour was still out of sight.
Ali kaže morat ćeš kad tad to da... Zato što kaže, hteo ne hteo, stariš jebi ga, otpustit će se trbušnjaci.
Meanwhile, in the southern part of the Americas, Mario set his first personal best with the Dragon Tooth
Čekaj, šta čovjeku može biti ako u slučaju da ne želi da operiše bruh, šta može da se...
to just 17 seconds behind the world record. The showdown of who would be the first runner to break the 1 hour barrier was on. The Brazilian showed incredible form and consistency when he set not 1, not 2, but 3 separate personal bests within a week, trailing Regal by mere 2 seconds. It was so ridiculous that after verifying the first 2 runs, I jokingly told him to cut it out and simply get it over with already. He then responded that these small PBs were not on purpose, under the next submission only days later. At this point, 1 attempt out of the 10s being performed daily was all it could take to etch one's name into the history books. And on Thursday, September 8th, Mario got on this attempt 2 hours into his stream, while arguably still being a bit sleepy. It started like any other run, decent Taurus, although not the fastest possible RNG, and a good Hellcat Drake. When approaching the rafters on a Honda, Mario skipped healing, sending him around 3 seconds over playing it safe. Such an approach signaled developed confidence in his ability to get runs started. However, when passing the Silver Knight guarding Havel's stash, the attempt nearly came to an end.
Hey, what's up, Ozich? Okay.
Gardi, kad izlazi Warzone 2?
Was good enough, Mario decided to heal up before Ornstein and Smo to maximize his chances of success. Adapting on the fly according to how well or poorly the run is going is a crucial skill top speedrunners need to possess.
Warzone je meni okej samo zbog sistema lutanja što nema
The ONS fight was excellent and resulted in a pace already aiming for under an hour.
Inventory da ti otvara, to.
The margin grew even more significant with a fantastic straight even boss fight. If from here on out, Mario managed to simply repeat what he had already done in his personal best, sub 60 would be in the bag. But of course, speedrunning is never that simple, and that's part of its charm. Priscilla was another place where Mario's chosen undead almost lost his life.
What the fuck was that? Bro, that's so fucked. I don't know what happened there.
After nailing one of the hardest skips of the run at the Duke's Archives Golden Fog Wall, the run was still far ahead after Artorias. Maybe due to the recent streak of successful attempts, however, Mario was unfazed.
It's good that I don't feel... I feel nothing about this run right now. Like, I'm not shaking.
Yet, the upcoming Calamite is one of the run's most random and skill-demanding parts.
Pa imaš ovi streameri su dobili probnu fazu još pre mjesec dana kad je bio open beta, ono.
Kako se čini sad?
Calamite was not kind, and one of his cycles was extremely slow, resulting in an 11-second time loss. At this point, the run was 20 seconds behind Regal's record, but there was still time to be gained in the late game. The comeback started with the Quelax segment. Mario first perfectly navigated along the pixel white seam in New Londo ruins.
Pa ja ti kažem, jedino što će ti, znači ništa više ne može osim grafike da ti pravi nigde problem. Grafika je jedino što zbog čega ćeš morati bez obzira da što možeš da uđeš u igru tipa da smanjiš performanse na low, minimum ili tako neku varijantu. Baš zbog grafike jer će da ti stecka da ti ono...
Peđan, imam ja RX 580 koji isto iskuplja prašinu. Pa ti je grafička od 8 GB RAM. Znaš?
To je dovoljno, brate.
Makić ima RX 560 i može da...
590.
A možeš da kupiš za 100 evra 580.
Ne moraš da kupiš. Ja ću ti je dati. A ti vidiš šta ćeš. Ti mi daj tu tvoju karticu. Što imaš, ja ću ti dati ovo što imam. Imam i u ormanu mi, ne treba mi ništa.
To ti je ti Peđa kartica da ne razmišljaš, bukvalno.
A koju imaš, Ilija?
RX 580. Ja sam nju platio pre 6 godina, 6-7 godina, tako, ne znam koliko je bilo. 300 evra. Čovjek koji je pravio one mining mašine prodao mi.
Koji, dan danas odlična karta.
Pa znam.
1005 4 giga, to je lošija grafika.
Da, kako je.
To je već stara, a?
A da. Ova 580 kad će...
Problem što je ona stara, Peđa, no što ona nema te performanse, razumiješ? Stara je i ova što ti Ilija 580,
da, i to je staro, ali...
Ona je stara, ali ima dobre performanse, razumiješ?
Bolje nego...
To je grafika s kojom možeš sve da guraš bez problema, znači, pogotovo za 1080 piksel.
Tako su je ispeglali driverima da...
Znam.
Baš su umažu.
Čekaj, Lija, na nju je Peku igrao, ili tako?
Neku puca na mene.
Jeli, Lija?
Treba samo da se skine da se malo prašina izduva iz nje, vidio?
Penje se u čamac.
Da, ima 4 video izlaze.
Pogođen.
8 GB RAM.
Mamu ti jebem.
Mikrostar.
Kome to gađa s samostrelom nekim? Jebem ti mater.
MSI-ova, jel Snake?
Druga ekipa, Peđa, pazi.
Gardi, brutalno izgleda Watch Dogs 2. Dosta uče na Battlefield, znaš.
O, brate mili, koliko ih ima?
Ja ne mogu čovjeka da pogodim. Ja sam invalid.
Čekaj malo sve.
A jebote, ovo smeće tvoje nikad više neću bre da igram bre. Kako ti možeš igrati s tim oružjem bre?
Evo, sviš sleć. Evo, ja ću ubijem trojicu sad svi.
Ma vidim, ubio si sad Sparksom.
Evo, sad nisam, nosio sam, ne Sparks, Sparks je
Još jedan meč igramo i u krevetić.
Evo sad uzimam Springfield, sad ću vidjeti šta je Springfield.
Peđa, ne sam pogledao Discordu na sekundu.
Čekaj, li nju Peko koristi, jel tako?
Ja sam Peku dao onu Vegu 56 što sam ja u nju uložio još 100 evra. 150. Peko ima najbolju karticu koja radi na minimum struje, razumeš? To je kad se ako radi od 30 vati do 300 vati. Ako je overclockaš. Njemu radi možda na 100 vati. A ova je solidna, ima dobro hlađenje. Ima 4 video izlaza, 8 GB RAM-a. Samo što je ono...
Ovo je ekstra kartica. I dan danas je ekstra kartica.
Pa znam.
Peđa, to ti je da ne razmišljaš. Sasvim dovoljno, ništa ti preko ovoga ne treba, znači idealno.
Ne, moraš da kupuješ karticu. Ta kartica je stala u orma. Slušaj, kome da je prodam? Kome da je prodam? Svakom kome je prodam, daće mi manje para nego što sam ja platio, kapiraš? To ti tako ide kod mene. Ne vredi da prodajem. Takve stvari se ne prodaje.
A misli, nije ni bitno, ne moraš sad odmah Peđa, nije to sad da mu... Rešit ćeš mu nekad kroz nešto, nije ni bitno.
Prećeš me ti vratit pare nego Boris Grdenovački. Sad se smijete. Ovo niko nije čuo, tako? Ovo niko nije čuo. Ovo niko nije čuo. Evo mater, vratio sam u karticu, ne znam šta je bio problem toki da mi vrati nazad za 100 evra. Boli me kurac, kako kući. Je to šapa, reži. Ovo se da šapa reži.
Šapa dere po mikrofonu.
Šlicu otvaram malo da se sagnete ovaj svi.
Slušaj, meni pare ne predstavlja ništa, nisam ja kao Milan, Milan bi se jebao za 100 evra. Kaže, ja ću da kupim RAM, a ako meni ne valja ti mi daš 100 evra koji sam platio za RAM. Zašto? Zašto bi ja to radio, razumeš? Ne treba mi. Butal. Ja se izvinjavam, ali... Niđe se.
Ti još Peđi imaš 1080 piksela monitor, jel tako?
Da, da.
Tebi je to, druže, overkill grafika za...
Šta razmišljam sad kad završimo ovo? Da probam. Da ovaj 4K prebacim u 2K rezoluciju.
Da.
A neće, to loše će...
Dobro, čekaj, stani. I?
A pošto mi stoje, onda mi stoje 2K jedan pored drugog da ih napravim kao jedan ultra wide monitor. Šta mislite o tome?
Kako ti to odgovara?
Predstavlja sreću.
Jako te to čini.
Biću srećan neizmerno.
Ne, ovaj Warzone, brate, definitivno mora se proba. Samo ne znam, Gardio, će li to free bit?
Da.
A svaki je free, oni idu na foru da prodaju te skinovi i ta govna. Hunt Showdown mogu da daju džabe.
Kupovali su one Call of Duty points, one CP-ove da bi kupovali skinove i za oružje.
Hunt Showdown mogu da daju džabe, kaj ti kaže evo džabe igra. Nego se boje da će imati još više čitara. Znači mogu da kaže evo džabe igra.
To je najgore, da. Neka bolje što...
Oni stave 5 evra 10 na sale i to je to.
Ja bi iskreno volio da Warzone ima da košta barem tipa 10-15 eura i...
Da ne može svaku da kupi i da čituje.
Da se ne čituje, vrati.
Znači minimum neki i to je to.
Mi smo 2000-te, da te ne lažem, kad je krenula korona, tad je izašao Warzone. On je postavio neki apsolutni rekord downloada za jedan dan, 85 miliona kopija je downloadovano za jedan dan.
I dao ga je onaj koji nije mogao da pokrene u prevodu.
Igrali smo, ja i neka ekipa, na onom drugom kanalu smo tu dan i noć. Nije bilo mesta, čekao si da upadneš, mislim. I tu je što je tu mogu skvodovi 2, 3, 4, i solo. Dobra je stvar bila, zanimljiva je. Nije savršena, ali je zanimljiva bila. Nek trećinu uspeha i dobar bude drugi deo kao prvi i bit će odličan.
Ali će on biti težak, on tam jedno 150 gigabajta kao gigabajt.
Oni treba da stave opcioni download ako ne želiš da skidaš 4K teksture ili 2K, da ih ne skidaš.
Čekaj, tebi kao preuzima sve to kao, jel?
A, skidaš se.
Tebi on skine ceo Modern Warfare 2.
Jo, da, zaboravio sam na to.
A aktivan ti je samo Warzone.
Da, i delite jedan klik miša i novčanik da kao kupiš i single player.
I ako, na primjer, kupiš...
Viš ti kako su smišljeno to uradili.
Kupiš Modern Warfare, onda ću se uključiti. Isto, na primjer, ja nikad ne koristiti Battlefield Cats, kad su počeli da izlaze oni DLC-ovi. Ja nisam imao odmah premium. 2016. Ja sam imao običnu verziju samo. I onda su kurve dale weekend free za onaj prvi DLC. Da možda igraš, pa se navuko. Pa je izašao drugi, Russian Front, onaj Oktobarska revolucija, u ime cara. Pa opet slobodan vikend. I onda kad sam kupio premium, nisam ništa morao da downloadem. To je sve već bilo u igri, samo se otpučalo.
Kao sad možda igraš i ovako, hoćeš.
Pucao ovaj je. Ti pucao ili neko?
Pa zon je što sam skontao da Warzone 2, vrate, možeš da se spawnuješ kao u death matchu, kao u Battlefieldu. Umreš i odmah se vrćeš nazad.
Pa ne bi trebao, ima onaj gulag, jebi ga bio u prvom delu.
Možda ima neki drugi malo sistem, Boris.
Dobar večer, dobar dan.
Da si Nenadu.
Remember that people break down too.
Cool.
But the wrath of Hoochly was great, and as the sacrifice passed each of the 4 rooms dedicated to the sun god, the sun disappeared or reappeared in the sky.
Evo ih, Peđa kod suplaja.
Dobro, pusti ih neka priđe ti onda ih mogu.
Ma je govna, toko, alava. Kako se...
Tu sam ja da ih pobijem sve. Ne moraš.
Kako sam ja s paksom ovo promašio na 2 metra ispred tebe. Glupavi.
Jarovi, jesmo prepačeni na njih?
Gdje je drugi? Čekaj, idem do suplaja, samo da se zahilujem.
Ljubi tata pičku.
Ništa ljudi, ja sam otišao idem spavat pa se čujemo.
Gane, vidimo se jutro. Ćao.
Pozdrav.
Pozdrav.
Ćao.
Jebote, ono što nisam nikad promašivao na toliko s paksom, promašio sam ga pola metra u pičku materinu.
Šta što mi ti mačeš mnogo? Ja stil vater uđem u podrum, pobim čito server unutar sromera.
Thank you.
Nonetheless, Mario's Kryptonite, The Depths, was still coming up.
And it started. The cringe has commenced. Oh, and more. God, dude, this segment is so infuriating.
After losing nearly 10 seconds, the pace was getting tight. With roughly 14 minutes left in the run, only 14 more seconds could be wasted before the sub-hour faded away. And these 14 minutes still had 3 frame-perfect wrong warps needing to be performed. The first, after Bed of Chaos, was first try. After 4 Kings, another first try. And what is more, Mario even completed the segment faster than he had ever done before. With the nerves racking up, performing under pressure is what separates the good from the best. And on this day, on this run, an aspiring physicist was poised to prove his worth. At Nito, 2 more bosses and 1 more wrong warp presented the final challenge. There was no margin for error anymore, and the fights needed to be perfect. That was a fantastic Nito. Now, 1 more wrong warp. And another first try. Entering the kill of the first flame over 17 seconds ahead, 2 parries stood between this attempt and history. And on September 8th, 2022, the speedrunner Marionette approached Gwyn's arena.
John Curtin, I speak for the people of Australia as their Prime Minister. We seek sympathetic allies in the fight against the hawks of war.
Ali, ti sad veruješ šta se desilo. Lik mi beži. Zombi me pretrčava, juri njega, pored mene, ja zombija u Milan. Ajde. Mora Springfield da overim pre spavanja. Jesam dva, ajde.
Let's fucking go, dude! First sub hour! Let's go! Woo! Nice! 59-51. It fucking happened. So fucking sick, dude. Nice! I told you it was coming. Thanks everybody. Thank you so much. Exa porra! Thank you. Time to screenshot this baby.
Saying that this is an extraordinary moment in the history of Dark Souls speedrunning would be an understatement. It took 10 years, 10 different world record holders, and countless community members working together for this memorable achievement. But in the end, only one player could claim the title of the first sub 1 hour run. And with Mario's grind, patience, and skill, I believe this trophy is in deserving hands. Just imagine how happy he must have been. Not only did he achieve the sub 60, but he also claimed his first ever world record in over 5 years of speedrunning. So happy that a minute later...
And this run kinda sucked, but don't tell anyone.
Of course, the typical speedrunner's reaction. But he clearly knew what he was talking about, as since this 59.51, he further improved his best by 4 more seconds to 59.47, where the world record stands today.
Nice!
Huge congratulations to Mario for being the one to break the 1 hour barrier and claiming his first world record. Links to his Twitch and YouTube are in the description, so make sure to give him a follow. I can't wait to see where the category goes next, as with a highly optimized run, even a time in the 58-minute range is now plausible. Will it be Mario who pushes it down there? Or will Regal come back and reclaim his world record? Or will it perhaps be another unlikely candidate? Only time will tell. Thank you for watching, and have a great day.
Trag.
inventions have been so simple as this.
Ljudi ispred nas. Lako stani, sačekaj hod. Nemoj da goreš ništa to. Joooo bre.
Prešao je.
Nemoj da. Event je lud dok. Sačekaj. Povuci. Ti nemoj da nas vidi. Nemoj da hodiš.
Pogođen.
Ma džabe, ja ne mogu da ubijem čovjek. Nisam ja za ovaj hunt danas. Ma džabe, viš ti na metar, brate, mašiš dva put. Dosta hunta, neće nas ni tebe, ni mene.
Ubio sam onog desno, ali ovog jebote, nema.
Pa ja sam katastrof. Ja s protokom na metar ne mogu čovjeka da uvijem. To je čist znak da treba da gasim igru.
Ma ja sam danas katastrof, maj premorac. Sutra ne radim, danas spavam. Sad me ovo zdravo živo zanima, kako ja da ih podesim? Kao jedan pored drugi, što ti misliš?
Da.
Kako da podesim dva monitora kao jedan?
Let's go out, boys.
Kaš?
Ma, pričam o ovim nubovima.
Čekaj, let's go out.
Let's go outside.
Znaš šta je? Ti vidio kad, na primjer, kao voze kola, pa stave 3 monitora, jedan pored drugog, a oni su svi kao jedan, znači, kako ti je reći?
Pa da, to sam vidio na sajmu. To mora da ima neki software što poveže, a?
Da, pretpostavljam. Glupi barbarini.
it's overcome.
A people's discovery means...
Ne znam ni kako to da... Pitam je. Šta tražim, sorry.
Znaš šta ti treba?
Vidio nekad neko na YouTube-u kad neko streamuje vozi Formulu 1 ili rally pa ima 3 monitora onako, a oni su svi kao jedan, kako ti objasnim?
Ne koristi extended desktop, već koristi split desktop. Da vidim. Split desktop.
Hey guys, in this video I'm going to be walking. What I want to do is change the display orientation over to portrait or portrait flicker. Monitor that you want to change those. Also shows your system until I see you next time.
To one of our is just restart your computer and then your press apply and
here I have my when you have multiple monitors. Over on the left hand, just the hand side optional feature. It'll ask you if you want just another monitor for my dual monitors. Treats this just top screen of my screen, so either on one or on two. This is helpful if say you have a laptop connected to this a wide variety of settings that you can.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
To ti dual monitor setup, ja mislim.
Have a signal out on both monitors. This is what my monitors look like. Now you have a different way to run a monitor so you have more vertical.
To je dual monitor setup.
Do to make a side you want to do that. I can now move this up and down without any problems whatsoever. So that's pretty much easy tutorial overclocking, things like that. If you have any suggestions for videos in the future, comment down.
Mada gdje god googlamo o tome, ljudi preporučuju da kupiš jedan veliki ultra wide monitor i to je to.
Ma znam, ali čisto mi interesuje.
Should you buy 2 monitors?
Ne znam. Možda nekom forumu da pitaš.
Pitat ću na benchmarku.
To što ti pričaš, to su ljudi radili pre, razumeš, dok nisu postavili ultra wide monitori. Ma i danas rade, ali skupo ko đavo. Dok je pare da prospeš samo da bi spojio dva, ko možda imaš jedan.
čujemo. Jeste Šapo, rekao sam napolje, ajde sljedeći. Evo je odmah. Ajde se čujemo.
Pozdrav.
Jebem ti majku! Od ovoga što radi. Joj, čovjek svoje živice da pokida, jeboma.
Sa igrači, no?
Evo sad će on da beži. A gdje ćeš čoveč? Pogled budala.
Ode na drugi kraj mape.
Ovaj izašao iz igre, pametan. Jebo, mater, ne mogu da verujem. Čovjek skočio u vodu, sakrio se ispod stepenica. I šta sad?
Ništa, šahmat.
Ništa, evo. Stoji tako sad ispod i čeka da se oni revive. Eno ti ga čovjek. Katastrofa, jebote. Kreni čoveče, jebo. Nije ga ugasio. Joj, kakav debil. Vidi. Vidi ovo moguće jebote. Jebote, čovjeka gađa sa 5 metara, ne može da ga pogodi iz pištolja, pogodio ga je pred toga sa Sparksom. Jebote, ali moguće to? Promašim i ja, jebote, ali 5 metaka uzastopce.
Nisi pogodi ga iz puške, ne može ga pogoditi iz pištolja treniranja.
Ma, Paks, pištolj, Paks ima, brate. Zato sam trojka. Sad kažem. Eno ga u vodi! Vidi budale. Joj!
Džebe, lomi živce.
I onda poslije kukamo kako je Milan loš što ima sablje, brate.
Ma de, brate, mi igramo profesionalno. Ovo je katastrofa što ovi ljudi rade.
Najgore što su mi isključeni iz sveta, brate. Ne bođe upali šta ko meč sa brate randomsima i ne znaju da prođu kroz brate prozor, brate.
Ja sam se svačega ne gledam.
Strašno.
Svačega bube ovaj napis.
To. Da čovjek napravi masakr i dođe zombi, razumeš, i ne može se odbraniti od zombija.
Samo ne razumijem čovjeka. Bitno da mu je nadimak Bone Crusher. Ubit će ga pčela.
Znači, iskusan gameplay.
Bone Crusher. Jebote, žbiram, jebote, ne igram. Uopšte ne ulazim u partiju ako ima ispod 1000 ovih kilova. Džabe jebote. No, sad tu nešto gleda u žbunju.
Tamo cepaj mišku.
Ja ti zapalio, jebo, mater. Sad čovjek u sebi, čeka.
Kilwa is one of the most beautifully built cities in the world. The houses there are entirely made of wood, their rooftops out of rope grass, and it rains with great vigor.
Ja ne mogu da vjerujem da ovaj čovjek ima 1002 kilova, ovo nemoguće ovo.
Možda je farm?
Ne, prvi put da je neko igrao, ja bi razumio sad, čovjek je ušao u igru, ja bi ga ne znao. Kako ne streamuju njih? Aj, čao. Sad ću i ja, brate, mu gledam, ovo je bol i patnje, brate. Neću moći zaspati.
Horor.
Podhitno, brate, gasi to, brate, kraj.
Nemoj da gledaš uopšte, Makić. Jebeš to.
Zajet. Aj, lako noć.
Lako noć. Još ga i promaši. Kakav debil jebote.
Kako ovaj grad ima 15 populacije.
Šta ćeš sad, druže?
Ima li mjesta za bežanje više?
Ne, sad sam ja izgoreo, ovaj je napustio i on sad stoji...
I čeka.
Između neka dva drveta, znaš, i on sad tamo nišani u compound, i onda jednog pogodi, pa on se onda sakrije i tako. Eto. Evo, sad čovjek nišani trenutno u zemlji.
The natural history of this archipelago is...
Ne, ovo je hit, ovo je fenomen. Jebate, koliki debil moraš biti, to je strašno. Prestiž 9, rank 40.
Ka pukaitia e koe te para ki te whenua. Ka tuku ai ki te moana. Ka pirau ka raru te ao nei. No!
Sad mišam u žicu. Ne, ovo je definitivno mongoloid, ovo ne može niko da mi kaže, nema šanse. Evo normalan čovjek. Ne, ovo nema teorije da ovo neko normalno može da igra ovo. Stoji u sred vode.
Not all who wander.
Možda on zna nešto što mi ne znamo.
Ne razumem. Stvarno ne razumem ovu igru. Ja ovu u životu nisam vidio.
Ik ben Wilhelmina, koningin der Nederlanden. Het is mijn grote eer u eindelijk te ontmoeten.
On sad prilazi. Sad, brate, ne moraš prilaziti. To ne možda dobaci do gore, druže.
سيد مالي وبحمد الله
On sad se vraća.
أنا رجل غني جدا جدا تشرفت بلقائكم.
Jebote, kako neko može ovako da igra. Ovo je hit. Stepen vodi.
honest people who do not think.
Ilija? Si tu?
Tu sam. Mada je to već spao.
Najgore ovaj ubio bojicu, zamisli, majke.
Znači pro, no?
Kako pro? Ja vidim šta je. Trčkara oko, šta radi, pitaj Boga. Pogledaj.
Možda čovjek ima neki hak?
Ne znam, ma nema hak.
Sama igra malo čudno,
Sad će mu trebati 100 godina da ubijemo latru, udraga rukama.
Što nema bokser, nema kundak?
Nema boks, nema.
Izvadiš medkit pa ga biješ šakom u glavu.
Pa nema niko, brate. Ide na still water. Neće. Tamo ovaj stvarno čovjek nije normalan. Jeste vi napravili ove turske naloge?
Ja nisam. Nije mi interesovalo, da budem iskren.
Pa još dok je jeftino to trebao raditi. Vidio sam neku najavu od Steama da će argentinski nalozi 485% poskupiti igrice. Mislim ove igre koje imaju argentinski nalog. A oko 18% će poskupiti ostale. Ovo neki rođak mi poslao baš objavu Steama, on ima argentinski nalog. Tako da bi trebalo to na Turke prelaziti što pre. Mislim bar da imaš. Kako je to Nenad uradio, moram ga pitati.
Kupi account jeftinije.
I onda zameniš samo password i to je to, jel?
Ne. Nego koristi family share. Imaš account taj drugi, na kom kupuješ igre.
Da.
I onda sa tog accounta šereš na svoj glavni. I to će to. Ali ne, najjača fora što ne mogu sve igre se šeruju tako.
Ali dobro, možeš kupit na tom turskom nalogu pa igrati šta?
Da, tako može.
Promašio Mitheda s 5 metara sa stik je. O, mater.
Možda ga, jel ga crv, on uvatio za nogu.
Pa ovo je hit je, mater. Ovaj nema šanse da ubije ovoga.
Boss.
Ostoje sam, da, sad ako ubije bossa, sasti da moći će mene da digne. Nema teorije.
Ako se seti da može ti digne uopšte, znaš.
Ne, ja moram gledati do kraja.
Hoćeš da se kladiš, ako stigne da ubije bossa, znaš. I uzme bounty, neće on registrovat da može ti digne uopšte, vidiš.
On se sad tu jebava, zna da nije ovdje boss, jebao se sad oko ovog traga, stoji mu tu Mithed, gubi vreme. Ajde. Evo, sad će ga pčela ubiti.
Oddly, it appears not to be the scar of a meat.
Pčela mu uzela više od pola energije.
Man is a military animal.
Crkvi, ima šanse. On se sad osvrće, gleda kao da ima ljudi čovjek sam na serveru.
Pa ne znam to možda.
On je nevjerovatno.
Možeš ga naći na Steamu kao prijatelja, ga dodati na pismu poruku Dude, you're alone.
Bone Crusher.
Samo zapamti kako zove ime. Nađeš mu Steam account. Čak, kako si rekao, Bone Crusher, kako piše to?
Sve malim slovima. Bone, Crusher,
nisam na Steamu.
Bone, Crusher, 150.
Jedino da odeš, da uključiš Steam overlay i tamo imaš, ako uključiš onaj Steam kao stranicu kao overlay, tako se ja tražio drugi ljudi.
Da.
Da mu napišeš da se ne zajeba, da samo krene dalje, da nema nikog živog više.
Profil je privat.
Aha. Nemaš mu ni pist.
Njega će NPC ljubiti.
Sang gitar jata aku. ratuning kalawan pangraksaning Indonesia. Sintena ikang kumira, aku tanpa bisa lumrah aning
Ne vidim
basaring
ništa, prolazi
samudra.
pored para. Ovo još nisam vidio ovakvu igru. Nema šanse on da ubije ovoga asasina. Ako ga uopšte i nađeš, kažeš ti imaš 15 minuta do kraja partije, ma kakvi. Nema healova više. Nema municije. Čime će ga ubiti, nije jasno.
Dobro pitanje. Bokserom, a ne bokser.
Ostavi Midheada, jebote Midhead.
Možda farma Midheada. Ubili ga. Ubili ga Midhead, ozbiljno.
On je gotov.
Nema heala, nema ništa.
Da, nema heala, evo sad beži od zombija. Ostalo mu u Sparksu još 12 metaka. Gađa, 2 armore da ga vijaju.
To bodljika, to bi bio dobar fazan.
Nisu bodljikavi.
Šteta, to bi mu bio kraj.
Joj, na Cypress Huts mu je boss, a ja sam skroz na Port Rickeru. A izlaz mu je odmah pored. Ovaj nema šanse da dođe po mene. Sad zelje ovo. On se vraća. Pogledaj debil što radi. Pogledaj. Tu si već uzeo municiju. Konju. Pogledaj konja.
Možda misli da može da...
I ovo stepen ludila, vato.
Wie handel weigert, denkt vaak dat hij maar van ons kan pakken.
Moguće da on nišani u compound. Čovjek stao i nišani sa Sparksom u compound, a već 15 minuta igra sam na mapi. To je stvarno, ovo je hit.
Signe is a 250.
Ček, ti ne bi smeo da možda vidiš ostale igrača koji si još uvijek s tim na mapi. Možda on vidi nekog igrača kog ti ne vidiš.
Ne, ali čuli bi se pucnjevi, razumeš?
Čuli bi se pucnjevi, možda neko je...
Gotovo je, pa evo do kraja ima još 13 minuta. Sad, koga ne znam gdje će. Ja ne mogu da verujem da ovaj čovjek ima preko 1000 kilova, majke mi, ja ne verujem. To je bure, konju!
As it turns out, Mount...
No što on gubi vrijeme.
Behold the wonders of the heaven.
O پیشی کوروش بزرگ پارسی ایستاده ای. دانم که زود دوست شویم. پد کم استهنون رای.
Fair enough.
Sira anggodohi pasir ikang luwih alit. Kawigaten, propranaya ikan lan ingaranan ahayu.
On je gotov. Ubit će ga ovaj garant. Ajde nađi heal negdje, jebote.
Da, mi će spanje. Ova igra je zaraz. Ovo je civilizacija.
Šta si igrao?
Civilizacija 6.
Jeli?
Ma, to ti je ko rizik, ko samo još luđi. Zaraznije. Na početku sam se trvio sa varvarima. Ali, ne, vjerovao sam da igram s Kanadom, a Kanada ima neutralnost, ono, kao diplomatski imunitet. Može ko te napadne.
Ubio je Assassin. Ovo je ubio Assassin.
Amin.
Sa 75 helpa.
Čime? Ga tuko sekirom.
9 minuta do kraja.
Ne može on stići da benišuje, da te digne, nema šanse.
Evo benišovo je, koliko mu treba sad? Minut, 2, evo.
3, 4. Nije baš toliko malo koliko ti misliš.
Off to bed, take care.
스마일.
Srećno s tim, ako se setim, pitat ću ti sutra